Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Rīga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference
the Rīga Conference, but I would say very important kickoff because as our experience shows, exactly side events actually are the most interesting part since experts are quite free to share their insights, which is a bit different from politicians because they have their own restrictions. And in this sense, I'm really looking forward to this particular discussion since, Arctic is a very topical issue, which sometimes is forgotten while we are so much intensively debating about Ukraine, which is crazy important, but still there are so many other issues we need to focus on. So that's why, once again, welcome. And LATO, which is organizing Riga Conference together with Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Ministry of Defense of the Republic of Latvia. So we are really excited to have all of you here, and we are really looking forward to have great, insightful, meaningful, and also productive discussions which have potential to make change. And now I will give floor to our distinguished panelist and our moderator. Please. I think you have my...
I guess, yes. Is this okay? Yeah. Thank you. First of all, my name is Joris van Bladel. I'm a Senior Associate Fellow of the Egmont Institute. It's a privilege to be here, and I thank the organizers for having me. And I guess I can talk from the panel. A privilege and to be here, actually. First of all, welcome to you all. It's fantastic to see that there are so many students here. It's very good to see that students are interested in this topic, because actually we are going to talk about a very specific topic. This is the China-Russian relations, specifically in the region, the Arctic region. And we know we can read a lot about Russian-Chinese relations, clearly, but not that specifically on the Arctic region. And I think it's very important that we have a look at it. We will not come with a doom story, a doom narrative. The purpose, I think, is to see the challenges, but also the opportunities. And I think this is important to underline. General, I think you agree with me. Those who kick off the operation are the elite forces, isn't it? So I'm very, very happy to present the panelists. This is, first of all, in the order of speaking, Balkan Devlin. He is a senior fellow at the MacDonald Laurier Institute, Canada. Then we have retired Brigadier General Robbie Boyd. He is an associate fellow of RUSI. This is the Royal United Services Institute in London. Then we have Jonathan Berkshire Miller. He is a senior fellow and the director of the Foreign Affairs, National Defense and National Security at the same institute as Balkan. This is the MacDonald Laurier Institute. And finally, and foremost, we have Elizabeth Bauer. She's a policy analyst, and everybody living in this region know Elizabeth. She's a member of the board of the Women in the International Security, Germany. The plan is, because time is ticking, and I have here, my role is to cover, to check time. The plan is the following. We are going to invite the speakers for a very short introduction, a couple of thoughts about the issue. And then, because I had the privilege this morning to sit in the breakfast and hear the discussion going on. And I found it very, very interesting, the interaction between these specialists. And therefore, I have decided to allow for 15 minutes this discussion among each other. And I think this is thought-provoking. And finally, we are going to the questions from the audience and also from people online. So therefore, the first speaker, this is Balkan, please.
Thank you very much. I hope my voice is coming clear. Thanks a lot. And thanks to the organizers, Lato, Rīga Conference, and Sigita, for this opportunity. And thanks our partners, Latvian Ministry of Defense, for making this panel possible. It's always great to be back in Riga and talk on these issues. The theme of the panel, talking about the Arctic, but in a particular way, thinking about how Russia and China are increasingly cooperating in the region, is I believe an important subject that is not necessarily being paid sufficient attention to. I will make three sort of comments as opening comments here on what I see as the current state of that particular cooperation, why it is important, and lastly, one of my hobby horses, why we need to think about Arctic-Baltic connection in a much more rigorous way as this decade continues. On the current, so let me start with my initial point. The Russia-China axis, not an alliance, but an alignment across different geographies, have been intensifying in the past 10 to 15 years, and in different domains as well. So it's not only on the security issue, but also on trade, on energy, on technology transfers, on cooperation in international organizations, on shaping the regulatory environment, from internet governance to data, to how to engage in infrastructure projects, so on and so forth across the world. Arctic had been one of the exceptions to that particular cooperation. Russia was quite reluctant to let China in a meaningful way to the Arctic, because for several reasons. One is that it's a sovereignty issue, of course, for Russia. It's also a region, a part of the world that it provides about 28% of Russia's GDP because of its resources. It has a significant population, and of course its strategic forces, its nuclear forces, are located in the Arctic. So Russia has been quite reluctant to have China, particularly militarily, be in the region. That changed. After Russia's restart of the war, the full-scale invasion in Ukraine. And if I'm not mistaken, and General could correct me here, earlier this year they had a military exercise in the Arctic for the first time together. Previously, they did have in the Pacific, in the Black Sea, in the Baltics, in the Mediterranean, there were joint military exercises with China and Russia, but not the Arctic. This changed this year, and very recently they did sign a cooperation agreement, a memorandum of understanding between Chinese Coast Guard and the Russian Coast Guard. That also involves the Arctic. Those are, I think, maybe sort of underreported, but very important developments, suggesting that this particular relationship is moving forward, and Russians are changing their view of China's presence in the Arctic. Very quick 2 points, and then we can get to the other part. Why this is important? This is important because, as China like to call themselves a near Arctic power, I don't know what that means. In that case, Canada is a near Latin American power. So they are very deliberately developing capabilities to ensure persistent presence in the Arctic. They're building icebreakers. They are developing their new generation submarines to be able to sustainably stay under ice, etc. And they see the Arctic not only as a trade route that goes between Pacific and the Atlantic, but also as a source for natural resources, as a source for fishing, and thus they are making not only commercial plans, but military presence, eventual military presence, to protect those commercial interests. And therefore, they will be focusing on the Arctic quite more. And of course, the alliance, NATO and NATO members like Canada, Arctic is home to us, but also 7 others, well, 6 now, but soon, hopefully 7 other Arctic Council members are NATO members, or will be, with Sweden joining shortly. And it is a central northern flank that we need to think more thoroughly. Last point, on the Arctic-Baltic connection. And I'll be happy to expand on this during the discussion. But it is important to think these theaters, be it the North Atlantic, be it the Canadian Arctic, European High North, or the Baltic, as interconnected areas of operations and political realm. Because one thing, that's how the Russians perceive them at any rate. But the second thing is that as Russia's military capabilities are degraded, the conventional military capabilities are degraded in Ukraine, they will be more and more relying on their strategic forces, on their nuclear forces, which are largely intact and remaining in the Arctic for political pressure and leverage in other areas, including the Baltic Sea. And major Baltic powers are also major Arctic powers. There's Denmark, Sweden, and Finland, and of course Canada is not only an Arctic power, but as I like to say, it's also a Baltic power because of our presence here in EFP. So we have to start thinking much more rigorously about the connections between the Arctic and the Baltic, because things that happen in the Baltics doesn't stay in here. Things that happen in the Arctic doesn't stay in the Arctic as well. So I'm going to shut up now.
Thank you so much. Robbie, can I?
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me okay? Yeah, brilliant. Ooh, I'm going to have some feedback. Thank you for letting me talk. And I look out and I see a very young audience here, and this is really important for this conversation. Because what we are fundamentally talking about today with the Arctic and with cooperation, if we want to put that word into play at this stage between China and Russia, up there is a result of probably the biggest change for thousands of years that we've ever experienced in civilization. And that is due to climate change. And what we are seeing, and this applies, as I say, so much more for the young audience here than it does for us oldies up here who are talking, hopefully with a bit of wisdom and experience, because it's you guys that are going to have to live with the consequences of what is about to happen up there. So thinking about what is about to happen is arguably one of the most important things that we have to do. And actually, not just about what is about to happen for us to lay this down, but also because it will affect not only you guys, but your children as well, the decisions that we make today. Why is it a problem? Because climate change has effectively changed, is about to change, let's put it that way, the geo-economic laydown of the world when we open sea lines of communications, largely between the Asia-Pacific and Europe. Let's remember this and hold this in our thoughts. Because Canada and the United States already have Asia-Pacific ports and access. But suddenly the Europeans are going to have a two-way flow in your lifetimes of possibly technology-inspired AI autonomous container shipping, for example, that's going to be going over the top on cleared routes because the icebergs are melting. And when they go over there, we are going to create, on what has previously been, let's make this simple, an Arctic wasteland that was viewed in my generation as something completely different in security terms. We are creating a geo-economic boost for Europe in particular, and the Asia-Pacific, not necessarily for North America, and it's something maybe we can discuss, but a security issue. Why are we creating a security issue when we go over the top of the world? Because as we enter a new world of multipolarity, if you want to call it that, we're entering a world where on one side you have a big coastline of Russia, and on the other side you have the United States and Europe. And you have, with that particular grouping, effectively 4 out of 5 Arctic members who are literal members who border through landmass alone the Arctic. One of them, however, the fifth one is Russia. In the Arctic Council, as and when, I hope, and I'm sure it's going to happen, Sweden joined NATO, 7 out of 8 members of the Arctic Council will be NATO members. And there is another little thing that's creeping into the discussion in Europe in particular, and I'm very interested to discuss hopefully about Denmark's role here because it's fascinating. But something really interesting is happening in that the rhetoric is changing recently. We're now referring a lot in Europe to European Arctic. Well, there's a reason for that. Because from a European perspective, that geo-economic change is going to be massive. When you don't have to sail your ships all the way around the world to get your trade moving, and they can knock weeks and weeks off by going over the top of the world, it makes a huge difference. And where they're autonomous, that also adds an interesting dimension. Because as we know, the Russians are very less or more inclined perhaps to sink something that is driven by a robot than a human being. So there's an interesting technical aspect in your generation to consider there. From a geopolitical side, as I've already touched upon, we're seeing a more multipolar world coming in, and this cooperation between China and Russia potentially creeping in, as we've seen with, as Balkans brilliantly articulated, with not only exercising more frequently, not only memorandums of understanding, but also something really big that happened in February 2021. Something big happened because the Russians took an icebreaker. They teamed up with a fuel ship, if you like, liquid gas ship from China, and they sailed for the first time from China to Russian energy ports in the north and effectively back again, having filled that Chinese ship up with liquid gas. That was 2 years ago. The Russians since then have been building icebreakers. They have been investing in technology to look underneath the holes, to build those holes so that they're strong enough to deal with when the icebergs melt the next threat in that harsh region, which is sludge ice. It's not the ice you see, it's the ice you see underneath. How does it get through that? And it is stealing a march on all of us with this sort of basic technology to get through austere an austere sea. But also it is doing this with China. Because China's Belt and Road Initiative, as we've seen, is about two things. It is about trade, obviously, and building up that sort of trade, but it's also about energy in particular, and the two are interlinked, and Elizabeth, I'm sure, will cover that too. So this cooperation is naturally starting to occur. There's something else happening as well, and that is the militarization of the Arctic. The Arctic for 30 years was a peace zone. Well, look at what is happening on the moon, or is about to happen on the moon. We're seeing almost a space race taking part in space on the moon. Look at what is happening in space in terms of competitive activity between nations. The Arctic as a peace zone, I would submit to you, is no longer to be contemplated. If we're competing in space, the Arctic hasn't got a chance. So in terms of security terms, and you'd expect me to say this, that militarization, almost Soviet-like by the Russians, building another buffer zone with threats into another dimension, which is deeply worrying and again needs to be touched upon, which is nuclear, is also threats, I say, to detonate a nuclear weapon only 2 weeks ago in the Arctic Circle as a demonstration, as a test. What is that about? These are worrying activities and worrying security activities we need to cover. So quickly to touch on nuclear. I worked as before in the UK Ministry of Defence for the Vice Chief of Defence Staff, and we looked after the nuclear side, and I worked in NATO for the chair of the military committee until recently. The nuclear battlefield, and it's a legacy system, it's an old weapons system, but it is fundamentally our deterrent space, and it will continue and endure. But that system and that piece of ground that we operated the nuclear deterrence over was the Arctic Ocean. So if you understand how nuclear deterrence works, you understand the significance of it. If you take those digital platforms I mentioned, all of those platforms that are going to go in your lifetimes across those sea lines of communication, you have an awful lot of digital platforms interfering with what was the nuclear battlefield. That has an impact on security. Also, of course, let me just quickly remind you, the Russian North Fleet is there to protect the Russian nuclear deterrent on board in the north as well. So there is a nuclear dimension. So what? So my pitch to you is we need to start thinking in security terms. There needs to be a debate between allies about how we break down the security of the High North in the future. Is it NATO-based? Because at the moment, NATO look in the European Arctic region up to the North Pole on a day-to-day basis. America and Canada, through NORAD and the US North Command, look at the other part of that journey from the North Pole to Japan and South Korea. So something needs to happen to tidy up the security architecture in the High North in the future. So what? When it comes to strategic level, it's often better to have simple principles, especially with organizations that are consensus-based. So our strategy at the moment in NATO is for Russia has always been to have a dialogue, and that's not going so well, to deter and have deterrence as part of that dialogue, and to defend. That's the Russian strategy that has endured. We need something for China. And China, we need to consider, is getting close to Russia. I don't think they are in bed together by any means at this stage. I think there's still hope. But for China, perhaps we need a dialogue. Perhaps we need also to continue to deter, but we need to decouple it. Is there a way that perhaps through the trade routes opening up to Europe and the Asia-Pacific, that could be played in? I don't know. But something needs to happen in the conversation at the strategic level and to drive that sort of strategy between the two, I believe. So decoupling, I think, is the future for hopefully a prosperous future for one of the few benefits, dare I say it, of climate change for Europe and the Asia-Pacific in the future.
Thank you, Robbie.
Sorry, I went on.
Jonathan, please.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers, and also for allowing two Canadians to be on an Arctic panel. There's no hidden intentions or meanings behind that. So much has been said, and I'll try to be concise and have a few tidy points. The first point, though, is I think just the framing of this panel itself is important. When we're having an Arctic discussion, inherently this is also a transatlantic discussion. This is also an Indo-Pacific discussion. The interconnectivity of the themes, of the importance, I think Balkan and the General have mentioned some of these, whether it's on energy security, whether it's on traditional security, whether it's on alliances, whether it's on critical minerals. There's a thematic interconnectivity. There's also a regional interconnectivity. One of the data points that I'll point to is China, of course, gets a lot of the attention, but some of the Arctic Council observers, including Japan, South Korea, and even Singapore, and many people will look on a map and say, you know, maybe they don't know their geography very well, but they look at Singapore and they say, where is Singapore? And why is Singapore in the Arctic Council? But it makes sense because Singapore is one of the largest global shipping hubs, and what happens potentially with the future of global shipping in the Arctic means a lot, potentially for their bottom line. So I think thinking about this in very broad terms at the onset is important. Let me dive into 3 quick points. I think the first point is on China in particular. So the idea that China was a benign actor in the Arctic and that it's not something that we should worry about, I think that is a fundamentally flawed point. And it's flawed on multiple levels. So the biggest data point, of course, is through their icebreakers. China now will soon have their 3rd icebreaker, which will be procured in 2025. But I think we're mistaken just to focus on the icebreakers themselves. Their polar institutes and their other maritime institutes, the Coast Guard, et cetera, have capabilities that will be brought to bear in the Arctic, and we need to be looking at that. The second one is it's not just focused on their icebreakers. It's the infrastructure money that they're putting in, the underwater surveillance that they're putting in, and Canadians, I think, will remember this because we unfortunately had to have our American friends shoot down one of these balloons. But the surveillance that we're seeing, the high altitude balloons that the Chinese have shown a willingness to use for intelligence and surveillance purposes is also another tool in their toolkit. So as Balkan mentioned, this near Arctic state that I think the Chinese in their polar white paper have put forward, clearly none of us realize that this is a spurious term that the Chinese have just effectively invented, but it shows their intent. Sometimes I think we overanalyze things, and we should actually look at what sometimes our adversaries are saying. And if you read that white paper, I think the Chinese are quite clear. Yes, it's multifaceted. Yes, it's largely economic at this point in time, but they are bringing capabilities to bear in the Arctic. So I think the idea at the first blush is not to dismiss this, not to dismiss that China is in the same boat as Singapore and Japan and South Korea. No, their capabilities are different, their interests are different, and their intentions are different. The second point I'll make is quickly on the Russia-China partnership. So I think more broadly from a grand strategic scale, and you see this now as we're having these discussions in Riga, the backdrop of Xi Jinping hosting his Belt and Road Initiative 10-year anniversary, Vladimir Putin obviously being feted there as well in Beijing, along with 150 states. The point I'll make is that well before Russia's egregious war in Ukraine, Russia was the junior partner in this relationship. Its stake in the junior partner, if it was a junior partner of a 3 out of 10 scale, now it is about a 1 out of 10. So Russia effectively has become a discount shopping store, convenience store for the Chinese on energy, on many other elements. And that is leaving vulnerabilities in that relationship. I think as Balkan mentioned, the Arctic was one of the theaters, Central Asia and others are ones that traditionally the Russians also have had worry and apprehensions about Chinese engagement. It's one of the theaters that was the no-go zone. Yes, Russia relented and allowed China into the Arctic Council, but there was apprehensions and worries there. I think increasingly as these trends and as increasingly as Russia's isolation internationally intensifies, I think we will see that ability of China to push harder in the Arctic. So I think this is a trend that we shouldn't dismiss. The last quick point before passing on to Elizabeth is sort of into the so what. How do we deal with this institutionally? And I think this also is where we need to be a little bit creative. The Arctic Council, which we've talked about a little bit today, but I don't think we've spent enough time, is at a crisis moment right now. Clearly, it's not tenable to have Russia there in part of these discussions with what's going on in Europe. We all understand that. But Russia's suspension from the Arctic Council and China's reaction to that, effectively saying, we don't recognize the Arctic Council and what it says if Russia's not a part of that, that has profound implications for us all. And I think we need to be thinking about that going forward. We need to respond to it. It doesn't mean that we throw out the Arctic Council and say that it's become an irrelevant tool, but some of the things that my co-panelists have mentioned already, whether it's through NATO, whether it's through work with our Baltic friends, whether it's other sort of alignments, we need to be thinking more creatively about the complexity of issues, infrastructure, investment, security, energy security, and thinking of different formulations to really drive that home. So with that being said, I'll pass the floor over to the more experienced Elizabeth.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the organizers for having me here as a panelist. I'd like to focus on something. First of all, 30 years of peace in the Arctic, I don't see it like that. Sorry, I have to say that. The West always considers to have 30 years of peace, but Russia never ever did it. And that's one of the biggest mistakes the West did in that. And for example, in 2007, when the Russian put the flag on the North Pole, somebody laughed, somebody did discuss a bit, and then it was forgotten again. And in history, the Arctic always has been a bit of an experience field for the big power coalition or big power competition. And in that case, this was lost after 1990 as well. But now it came back, and Russia already, one of the first military doctrines in the time under Putin was regarding the Arctic. And they went into those fields where NATO stepped back. And that was very interesting for me to see that nobody reacted to it. There was I think one of the mistakes of the West was that the northern east part of the NATO flank was just forgotten a bit about it in that case, in that times. And today we have to focus two things. First of all, Russia is more or less, by now, they try to be it not, but they are a bit of a junior partner to China. And we have to see that, for example, the military fleet of China increased ever so much during the last 10 years. I think nobody in the West really realized what it means. I think it's by now nearly as big or even bigger than the British fleet. And that we have to take into account. I think there's no discussion on that, what it means as well for the northern part. And if you see that since 2014, the increase of shipping was tripled in the Northern Sea Road. And 80% have been on gas and oil. And by now we have got a big problem as well regarding that the oil tanks from China are not on the polar codes regarding the security. So we have got old oil tanks. So if we talk about security, it's not only military security, it's not only climate security. And so this is one of those things which we never discussed. And one of the discussion, or one of the points regarding the difference between West and East was, if the West was discussed for a long time, if the West was discussing Arctic security, we were discussing melting ice and what it means for having climate security. In Russia, it was always discussed about military and economic security. That was the biggest difference. And for example, we don't know up to now what will be meant with melting ice regarding the environmental security, because most of the old pipelines in Russia are constructed regarding to have ice around. So if they will break, and we have got the one or the other break already, this will have a totally impact on the environmental security, not only for that part, but as well for the Arctic. So this is one of those things which even will connect us to those things. And we have to see if China is increasing it much more. Russia at the moment is building up another LNG terminal, beside all the sanctions which are there. and without any problems. So we have to discuss the sanctions as well. But we can see that the China-Russian alliance in the Arctic will give an extraordinary impact to all the security parts regarding especially Europe, but as well Canada and the United States. And that's my point now. Please.
The very famous philosopher Mike Tyson said, if you have a plan, the first punch on the mouth will change that plan, So I have to change the plans because we're already half time. But it's fascinating things that we have said, and if I may, there is, for me, a paradox that comes out. On the one hand, a couple of panelists said Russia becomes a junior partner of China. On the other hand, Robbie, you mentioned it, the nuclear aspect and the nuclear. So we see a paradox of a very powerful, but at the same time weak player. Can we elaborate a little bit on this? I mean, can we have a couple of thoughts about this paradox? I mean, Russia.
I think it is a paradox. I think it's a very interesting one because, let's be brutally honest. When you look at from a nuclear perspective, Russia has been modernizing its nuclear forces and is messaging every day to the West to leave us alone in Ukraine and what we're doing and not to threaten us, because if we have to revert, we will revert to nuclear. That's what they are saying on a daily basis. And we saw this yesterday. We saw this yesterday when, because a lot of the dialogue, as we say, has stopped. That's dangerous. But actually, so it's now messaging and dialogue through strategic communications. And one of the things the Russians did yesterday was make sure that their guy carrying the briefcase for Putin was visible, which is an unusual act for them. Well, that means they're messaging, I believe, not just, as has been reported by most commentators, the West, to continue this constant drumbeat of nuclear messaging and deterrence. But I think they're also messaging China. Because when you do that on Chinese soil, you are saying to the Chinese, we might be a junior partner here, and we might be having a conversation with you as a very, very unequal one, as has just been mentioned. I mean, very unequal. I think you're right. I think 2 to 10 is probably about right. But you are messaging to say, don't forget that an awful lot of our nuclear capability points south as well as north. And if you're China with a smaller force, but again, a modernizing force, rapidly modernizing nuclear force, you're not only messaging that you are going towards potentially able to hit the USA east to west, but north, from south to north as well, but you also have an awful lot of your nuclear deterrent pointing south towards India. So this really is a paradox when you're thinking about a multipolar versus bipolar world, potentially, as things might be creating. So I think there's two parts of that messaging there. But that gives us an advantage, because that allows us, again, going back to my point about decoupling, that gives us a seam with which we can start to work away at. Because if China is being messaged by Russia, don't forget we're an equal partner on nuclear alone, and our military capability, which, let's face it, conventionally is being decimated in Ukraine. That's all Russia has left to really project at the moment.
So we have to play in.
We have to play in.
That they are not allies but aligned at this moment.
Yes, that's exactly it. And making statements to each other that they're more equal than they actually are.
If I could just quickly jump in on this. One thing, we shouldn't make a mistake that just because Russia is the junior partner, that China doesn't need Russia in certain ways. I mean, I think you rightly pointed out some of the imbalances on the nuclear side. I actually look at the geography side. So look at the map. China would love some of Russia's geography. So the Chinese strategists often flip the map on the opposite side, and they look at, they're hemmed in everywhere. They have Japan, a U.S. ally. They have Taiwan. They have the Philippines, a U.S. ally. They have very little maritime space. They look at the Russian side and they're like, wow, there's geography there. And this is a slow burner that I think we need to pay a lot of attention to in the coming months, is as this relationship becomes more and more important, as the leverage becomes stronger on the Chinese side, does Russia start potentially having partnerships, potential port investments? One of the worries that I know, for example, our Japanese friends have, the 4 disputed islands, the Kuril Islands, north of Hokkaido, potentially a Chinese partnership, some sort of collaboration with the PLA Navy. These things are not impossible. So yes, junior partnership, but there are things that Russia has that the Chinese needs, energy, of course, being another one, that I think we need to pay attention to.
And I would just quickly add that, just what General pointed out, once you, like, for Russia, it's not even a hammer, but it's a sledgehammer, the nuclear, right? And increasingly, when you start taking other tools from them, and when you only have a sledgehammer, everything looks like concrete that you want to break. And in this particular partnership too, they will increasingly rely on the nuclear component of it. Yes, Chinese are modernizing their nuclear arsenal. They're increasing the numbers because they're concerned about a potential nuclear scenario in the Straits. But they're still far away from what the Russians have, particularly on the tactical level stuff. And Russia would continue to rely on that. And you can add the non-nuclear strategic weapons, like the hypersonics, and so on and so forth, also destabilizing the nuclear theater, which again the Russians are investing in, both underwater capabilities, the Poseidon and other things, but also hypersonics, which again I think would need to think much more thoroughly the increasing use of the nuclear forces and nuclear deterrent by Russia to achieve increasingly smaller and smaller political gains, which will create a tension with China, because Chinese don't really want to get into the nuclear play. You don't want to do that when you're facing with the United States and you have like 400 nuclear weapons. So that's going to be one fissure point.
I'd like to support the position of the General regarding the especially a dialogue with China by itself. Because China itself characterized as an Arctic country because they signed up the Spitsbergen Treaty in 1925, which is very interesting to take this as a reason to be an Arctic country, but it is. And as we can observe as well, there are a lot of scientific arrangements already between some of the Arctic countries and China. So they first of all try to put in the manpower before military and economic power. So it was interesting to see the cooperation between Iceland and China, between Greenland and China, and so on. And so I think that could be a point to step in, to have a special dialogue between China and other countries and Russia. This we should take into account. So.
Maybe you wanted to add something?
Yeah, I was going to come back as well and highlight, just re-emphasize something on your point, but from a slightly different angle. So when you talked about geography, there is something else happening over on the far eastern side of Russia right now with linking to China too. And that is, you're seeing a quite significant increase in Chinese diaspora moving into eastern Russia, around Vladivostok, into Siberia and so on. That can't please the Russians, who are fundamentally a nationalist based system as they are at the moment. That, and will be for many years to come. I think that plays to some of the seams and the frictions between the two that are worth exploiting, perhaps, or noting. And the other point I'd make, back to you, Balkan, is on the nuclear side. Something is happening in Europe, and something is happening in terms of discussions, as I've mentioned, about how do we do this security together with North America, and how do we break it up, and how do we do that? It sort of leads you back continually to NATO, not just because of the reasons I mentioned earlier, that most of the Arctic, almost all the Arctic Council, apart from the challenger Russia, are NATO nations, and will be when Sweden joins. But I think that we're entering a period, going back to my point on deterrence and nuclear deterrence, for 30 years, where it's going to be, sadly, our primary deterrence system. And that's again what the Russians are signaling. So what you're seeing in Europe is more discussion about nuclear shields, nuclear ballistic missile defense, and so on. That can't be done by Europeans alone. That has to be synchronized, it has to be controlled, it has to be led by some sort of organization that takes all of this together for North America's defense as well as Europe's, and contributes together for some sort of defensive type system, again, which will be based around the Arctic because of the geography involved here. So there is some sort of cooperation thing that, in terms of nuclear shields, if you want to call it that in the future, that something like NATO must start to waken up to, perhaps. And I'll just quickly add that NATO has done something in the last 3 years, two major philosophical changes in NATO that many commentators have not noticed. The first one is the Chiefs of Defence recommended, and it was actioned, and it led to the strategic concept to catch up with the military advice, that NATO should not be capability focused for deterrence, but threat focused. That threat was state threats, that was Russia, and China, as Jens Stoltenberg says, is coming to us. That's in every domain, global domains like the information domain, and physically with Russian People's Liberation Army Navy ships in the Mediterranean. Who would have thought? And, of course, Belt and Road initiatives in Italy, which are causing friction in Italy. So you have them coming to us. And I think, so the threat focus is significant. It's a big philosophical change and the right one to concentrate better use of resources. And the second thing is NATO started again to get back into strategic enablers and using them. Partly because the Americans were taking theirs to concentrate on the Asia-Pacific, and by that, that's intelligence, various other things. But if you look at NATO fielding Global Hawks, for example, from Sigonella, these are big strategic drones for NATO. That means NATO is, for the first time for a very long time, producing its own intelligence. It is not reliant on what the allies feed it, which is sometimes politicized. That's significant. And when you add that to the other strategic enabler and the biggest weapon system, frankly, NATO has, it is called the command and control structure. Because that international command and control structure is in place and has been for many years and is significant. It is rehearsed and it has secure communications to do what it does, right from the strategic level downwards. It's the only international organization that has that sort of capability.
I take a couple of questions that I see here, but I want to bring them into another paradox, actually. Actually, I'm living nearby Antwerp, an important port. So the importance of Western ports, you know. And this comes to the practicalities, you know. Is there a paradox between enhancing economic cooperation, the importance of trade and so on, and at the same time, because this was a question, it is about the sanctions. We have a sanctions policy against Russia, and at the same time, it's in our benefit to have trade, and you know, the Arctic discussion is about, among others, trade. Can we develop a couple of ideas about this? I mean, Robbie, perhaps have you some ideas?
So when you're talking about ports, and again we're talking Antwerp, we're talking Rotterdam as the main receivers, really, of the trade coming over the top of the world. Let's leave, and of course the main exporting ports going the other way to the Asia Pacific. You know, arguably Brexit took away Liverpool's chances of becoming equally as big a port, sadly. But let's see what happens in the future. But there's your reception area. Now, again, going back to my notion about European Arctic, there is a period of time as that shipping, whether it's autonomous or whether it's manned, whatever it may be, but there is a period of time where that will come into those ports that will require protection. So you look at not just NATO security forums as an overarching one, you look at local and regional forums. And one of the ones that I was primarily involved in fact, last time I was here in Riga, and I have to say this place is looking better and better all the time. I was here putting together the UK framework nation joint expeditionary force in 2014. This grouping, from a UK perspective, and the UK Prime Minister, I think, said this in Stockholm last week, essentially, it is about dealing with security threats in our region, not just going global from a UK perspective. But to get to global, you've got to now go over the top of the world, essentially. It's your fastest route to the Asia Pacific in the lifetimes of the youngsters that are here. So there's a layered system for security, and I think when you get these vanguard groupings, in the case of the Joint Expeditionary Force, which is a northern nation vanguard grouping, who can cooperate not just in military terms but in technical terms, in terms of buying capability together, financing capability together, interoperability, which helps NATO and so on, you have quite a powerful way of protecting the entrance into those ports once it starts to get into this European Arctic and down into Rotterdam and into Antwerp.
So meaning that the Arctic developments have a real impact on our lives and our, in our
security and our security priorities at a regional level. Yeah. Because instead of just looking east towards Russia as a threat, we're now having to look north towards Russia and China as a threat.
On that note, when we try to talk about to Canadians about Russia, one of the things we'd like to highlight is the fact that Russia is not a country far to the east. Russia is our neighbor to the north. We need to be sort of understanding the challenges that Russia poses as a threat to Canada and Canadian security through that particular lens. And that's why, for example, that the Canadian presence here in the EFP is also about defending Canada, because we are not only defending our allies here, but we are defending Canada as a part of it. So I think we need to sort of understand that. Going back to the questions about the sanctions and trade, and I think I would say that there is a trade-off, and we have been on the commercial side of the trade-off for too long in the West, that we forget that national security requires paying a premium, that it is insurance. And if you don't want to spend pennies today, you will spend hundreds of dollars in the future. Here it is very well understood. In Latvia, in Lithuania, in Estonia, our Polish friends, they understand that if you want to be secure, and if you want to be independent, and if you want to be sovereign, you need to pay that premium, because our adversaries are looking through a geopolitical lens on this. We cannot treat it just business as business. In Canada and in Western Europe, we have been too much about, this is just business and trade. No, increasingly, we need to understand that the trade and commerce and investment brought by Russia and China are tools for geopolitical interests, and we have to be able to pay that particular premium, and we are not doing it. And a sanctions argument is not really about deterring, but it's about degrading their capabilities to be able to push for their geopolitical agendas. And therefore, we're not necessarily trying to deter them, we're trying to degrade their capabilities to harm our interests. So we have to actually speed them up.
The question is, as Elizabeth mentioned, if they really work. I mean, you mentioned a couple of developments in Russia that contradict this sanctions, but that's another discussion.
We're making it more costly.
Yeah, very quickly on that point. I mean, I think it's really important to reiterate Balkan's point here on. So I often make the point that trade agreements, for example, they're not your grandmother or grandfather's trade agreement. The idea of this false bifurcation that I think never really existed, where you had investment and trade on one side and you have national security on the other side. It's a false bifurcation. These are interconnected. So it doesn't mean that we cut states economically out of the map. We can't do that, especially with very large countries like Russia and China. But we have to go in clear-eyed. We have to understand what these risks are. And this is sometimes not always in the form of sanctions, but export controls. For example, we're seeing this a lot with China on sensitive technologies. Why do we put those measures in place? Because for years, the Chinese have effectively been stealing our technology through forced technology transfers, straight-out espionage sometimes. So I think we have to put measures in place. The last point on sanctions, I think we have to actually look at the root cause of sanctions. Sometimes sanctions is a last case scenario. It's not that states in Europe or the United States or Canada are happy to place sanctions, especially on large states. It hurts our private sector that wants to engage with these entities. But we do it because of the situations that we've been faced with. When we have flagrant violations of the rule of law, territorial integrity and sovereignty, we have to use these tools. The only other option is effectively kinetic war, which we want to avoid. So it's not that, I agree, it's an imperfect, blunt instrument, but at the same point, when we're forced into this position, we have to look at the cause of it and not only the impact.
Elizabeth?
Just as well to the economic part, I wouldn't say that we pushed them more to the Chinese arms. I think not in economic way. First of all, I would say much more in the military way, because if you see that the drones who are going to Ukraine are mostly coming from China, I think this is one of the other things we can see. But what we have to face as well is that China itself is doing a lot of economic trade with the West, and not just only for the trade, but for military interests. Because they're having the harbors, they are going for military strategic infrastructure and so on. And some of the Western countries are ever so stupid, sorry I have to say that, who will take it. And that's one of the biggest problems we have to face for the future, because we will have some of them very important harbors, which are important for NATO as well, who are at least partly now in China's control. So I think this is one of the things we have to look for the future, that we have to stop that.
This is a clear call for realism, so that's very important. We have only 7 minutes, and I wanted the audience to be... Are there any questions from the audience, perhaps? Yes, sir? The mic, yeah.
Okay.
So my name is Gint Jägermanis. I'm with Latvian Institute of International Affairs. I have dozens of questions, but I will ask only one or two. During the discussion, which was fascinating and lots of interesting ideas, the idea of increasing debate, discussion, conversation among Nordic and Baltic and Arctic countries, the joint theater of action. My question would be, what sort of conversation we have seen so far, and what needs to be done to enhance it? And the other question is rather observation. Probably I misread our panelists, but discussing this decoupling, I believe there was a notion that China might be our partner, which I don't see.
Shall we first go for the first question?
Sure. And I'm sure the general has ideas, given his role with the UK MOD on the North Atlantic component as well. But I think when I look at it, I think there is an increasing realization that Nordic-Baltic connection, but also Arctic-Baltic connection, is increasing. But what we really need to do is, at least as someone who's an academic and a think tanker, that we need to bring these communities much more closely and have them talk to each other. We do have people, working on the Baltics and on Baltic security, having their own thing, and we have, Arctic guys over here doing their own thing and not necessarily talking to each other. Once we start having that conversation, we will be able to see first the connections, but also the differences. Like as General pointed out, the challenge in the western part of the Arctic, in the Canadian and American one, is different than European High North, than is different than the maritime domain when we look at the North Atlantic. But if we do not talk and try to understand and learn from our own experiences, we won't be getting there. We are slowly getting there. I mean, in the Baltics, there are conversations that started here in Latvia as well. In Estonia, there's increasing interest in the Arctic. In Germany, in the past couple of years, there was an increasing attention to the Arctic. Again, Germany being of course a Baltic power with the position. We have to bring those communities together rather than play in separate rooms in order to improve our own understanding, I would say.
Yeah, I think it's a great question. Now, I would summarize it by saying that there are two component parts to it. The first one is, if you concentrate, you've got to reconcentrate on the threat. And I think my comments about China and opening dialogue and so on is really about, is there a last-ditch hope to give them a very Sun Tzu-esque golden bridge to retreat over and come back into the system? You're probably right. There probably isn't at this stage, but I'm just exploring that. We have to still do dialogue, but I think it's got to be regional groupings based. So from a NATO perspective right now, the Americans have gifted, if you like, the Second Fleet, and it's now a Joint Force Command Norfolk, and NATO are populating it with more NATO people. It's interesting to see which nations are going into it. There's an awful lot of northern nations, because Norfolk is now looking up towards the north. And that's interesting in its own right, but it doesn't cover the bit that I was saying, you know, that US North Command and NORAD, but one of the same, cover, which is the start of that journey from the Asia-Pacific over to the North Pole. So somewhere along the lines, if NATO is the right forum for security, then we've got to have, or we may need to debate whether there needs to be a joint force command for the Arctic. That's a decision that politically needs to be made. That unleashes a really big political discussion from nations about who owns it, who does what, and so on. And that's quite a tricky thing to discuss. So that's the first point. The other point I'd make on regionalism is there are other forums. I mentioned the Joint Expeditionary Force. When we set it up, we opened the door to Canada to join as well. It was set up because it was like-minded nations, it was regionally based, but there's a cultural part of that as well. And the UK and Canada are obviously very close. The door is always open for membership for Canada in that sort of forum, which in military terms can potentially respond faster than even a big NATO decision. To act, because you can anticipate with a group of nations, a vanguard of nations, and manoeuvre and move faster often in political decision making. And as well, you can develop capabilities together. So Canada's interesting, but one little cautious thing to both my Canadian friends is, if you're going to be serious and take threat and regional security seriously, you have to pay.
Yes.
And Canada at the moment is reneging on the two promises she made, sadly, both of the last two summits, whether in Wales and also, of course, recently in Madrid, to hit 2% GDP. When the Prime Minister makes that statement to Jens Stoltenberg to say we can't quite make it, we're not going to do it, that's not good. Canada needs to think about regional security, and sometimes NATO gets a little bit, it's too broad. Invest in capabilities that will be good for you and you can pay for, and you can make the regional security of the High North better, and you can still get to 2%. So that would be my message to Canada. So please come into these forums, but please get the checkbook out.
Yeah,
very quickly.
Very quickly. So I think I've got about 30 seconds, but full-throated agreement with you, Rob. That could be another panel all in itself. But in not wanting to abuse and jump over the moderator here, but I did want to very quickly. Your question was interesting, but talk on the climate change issue very quickly. I think it's a very important one. If you think of the gold rush in Western North America, when everyone was focused on getting new minerals, the minerals that will be, whether it's energy, whether it's fishing, as you mentioned before, some of this Russia-China partnership that we've been talking about in the Arctic, the litmus test will be when climate change happens. There's going to be some adverse part of that, but there's going to be some opportunity there. And how are Russia and China going to react to that competition that's going to go on for resources there? That's where I'll leave it, and I'll give it to you, Elizabeth.
Just going back to the economic part, I would say we have to find out ways to get a dialogue with China, although I see the threat. But I do know as well that countries who said we are not dealing with it, and the firms over there going to the next country are still dealing with China and doing a business over there. So I think this is not the way we should do it. So otherwise we should make us truly in our dealing with China and all of us, and not only to put it just on a shadow economy in that case. Thank you.
Thank you. This, I think, is a time to close because time is up. But for 30 years, I'm studying Russian affairs. And actually what I took out of this is the paradigm shift. And one of the panelists said, it was always told to us, Russia is in the east and Russia is in the north. And this is a paradigm shift that I take with me. This is tremendous as an idea. And we should think about it very clearly. So the impact of the North and the importance of the North in our security thinking and also in our daily lives, I think this is very important to take with us from this panel. And therefore, I would like, in the name of the audience, also to thank the panelists for their marvelous contribution. And therefore, I would like to close this first session. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Rīga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Rīga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Rīga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Rīga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, here in audience and online, it's my pleasure today to play a role of journalist. I'm not, but I'm very curious. Curiosity, I think that's a good start for the subject where we think that we mainly know everything, that defense cooperation is going on quite smoothly and pragmatically, but I have prepared already a lot of questions, but what I have heard from the organizers that there are many more questions coming both from online, and I hope that there will be also some encouraging questions in audience. So I'm Elina Egle, I'm chairperson of the Federation of Security and Defense Industries of Latvia. So I'm also one of those people who have just recently crossed the ocean because we have just having people both from our US embassy here in Riga and from Latvian embassy in Washington, D.C. And of course, our well-known diplomat and also politician, Imants Lieģis. So for those who haven't probably been reading the introductions about our speakers, I would like just to remind you that basically Julia Jacobi, she's here in Latvia just very, very recently. And she managed to learn something in Latvian already, so that's really impressive. So I'm just reading the history of 20 years of working for Foreign Affairs Office, being a diplomat in Madagascar, in Vienna, in all those, in Greece, working on the defense cooperation. I think we will get probably some new impressions about what's going on here in Baltics and in Latvia and defense cooperation from you. And as I mentioned before, Imants Lieģis, he has been, I would say, our heritage of diplomacy in Latvia, because he moved to Latvia in 1992 and started his diplomatic career. He also was the Minister of Defense. We have had an opportunity to work together in quite tough times during the financial crisis. And there are many posts of ambassador in countries like Spain, Hungary, France, and we have done quite many good things together. And I would especially mention the post of ambassador to the NATO. And Iris, I would think his experience is also very remarkable because working in a Ministry of Defense in various positions already for 22 years, that's a dedication, I would say. And he has been good supporter of the Ministry of Defense, working not only in a NATO office, but also working in Secretariat General for European Commission. And right now he's our counselor in Latvian embassy in US. So with this, I would probably say that my plan was to look a little bit back, concentrate probably on a current state of affairs, and to have a little bit foresight, where do we go with our defense cooperation. And for those who haven't been probably reading the brief of Iris about defense cooperation of Latvia and US, I would really encourage to read it, because it's really very good how to say, analysis of the defense cooperation what we have had before. But thinking about this previous aspect, I would probably go with my first question to Julia. And thinking about defense cooperation, I I have been reminded yesterday that US was the first country who was brave enough among those ones who said that there is not only right of Latvians, Lithuanians and Estonians to be free, but they have also right to have their own weapons. And this has been in the very, very beginning of our independence. So is it about sovereignty, solidarity, or there is something else in defense cooperation of United States? What's in DNA? Why you were so supportive for Baltic countries in the very, very beginning? So could you respond on that?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Alina, and thank you to the Riga Conference organizers for inviting us. It is really a pleasure to be here today, and the U.S. Embassy is very proud to co-sponsor the event. Last year, we celebrated 100 years of diplomatic relations, and now we are looking forward to the next 100 years. And a big part of that is, of course, the bilateral security and defense relationship between the United States and Latvia. The US and Latvia are strategic friends, partners, and allies, and our security and defense relationship is very deep. And there are three things that I'd like to focus on today, if I may, in response to your question. One is our cooperation on a bilateral level. The second is our cooperation in NATO. And third is how we work together on Ukraine. So on bilateral cooperation, a cornerstone of that cooperation between the US and Latvia has been the Michigan National Guard, which has been a key part of building up Latvian security from the ground up. And I want to emphasize here that the US commitment to Latvia's security is one of both blood and treasure. There's been a persistent US military presence here, and that presence remains. The US and Latvia have deployed together, and we have died together. And this commitment is there because, as you mentioned in your question, going back to the very beginning, we know that you can't surge trust. We have to build that trust step by step and maintain it, and it is so very precious. So the US has been a long-time investor in Latvia's security. We continue to be. Since 2022, we have invested over $300 million in training and equipment to help improve Latvia's coastal defense, air defense, and maritime domain awareness. And I also want to mention here border security, which is another area where the US has invested a lot. There's been about $17 million of investment in training and equipment to strengthen Latvia's borders, with all-terrain vehicles, night vision goggles, and unmanned aircraft systems, just a few examples. But really, we can't put a number on our alliance. Latvia is an invaluable ally, and these security assistance programs strengthen Latvia's ability to defend every square inch of its land, sea, and air. We can talk a little bit more about how we work together in NATO and on Ukraine, but I think for now I'll just leave it there on the bilateral side. Thank you.
Thank you. Imants, looking back, a little bit more back, I think that one of our priorities has been during those turbulent times to have American soldiers on our soil. And also we see that there has been remarkable investment, not only in equipment, what was mentioned by Julia, but also in an area of critical infrastructure. And if we are looking back, how have we made the right priorities? Could there be something more, having this understanding of today? Have we set the right priorities?
Yes, well, thanks for the question, Aline, and thanks to the organisers for inviting me to join this panel today. It's a great pleasure to participate, and I think it's quite clear that we've made the right priorities. But I think, as Julia mentioned, last year we marked the 100th anniversary of bilateral relations between the United States of America and Latvia. And so I just want to sort of sketch out a couple of important moments during the last century which have been important. And I think we need to start off with the Woodrow Wilson 14-point plan of 1918, because that points out really the values element of the United States and how this plan really helped with the recognition of our country originally back in 1922, which was a little bit later than our own Declaration of Independence was in 1918. And so that, of course, was based on the rule-based order for free nations, and that still has very important resonances today when we look at the global situation. And so Latvia was one of the several countries that emerged from the wreckage of the Russian Empire at that time. And it's right that if we look back historically, we can see that there was a little bit of wavering by our American allies to be engaged in Europe in the lead up to the Second World War. But to my mind, this was really compensated by the very important, the crucial declaration of Sumner Wells in 1940 concerning the non-recognition of Latvia being incorporated into the Soviet Union illegally. And again, we see important parallels today, because Ukraine, parts of Ukraine, Crimea, parts of the east of the country are illegally occupied. So we see that this policy of non-recognition is still very pertinent, a very pertinent policy by the United States and other Western democracies as we sit here. And this policy of non-recognition, as we saw, stood the test of time because it lasted for about 50 years until Latvia regained its freedom and independence in 1991. So I think, just very briefly, since we regained independence, the support of the United States has been crucial to Latvia and to our neighbours. We had, first of all, the recognition and re-establishment of diplomatic relations. We had the engagement of the United States in the process of the removal of Soviet troops and infrastructure from Latvia between 1991 and the troops left in 1994, but the last infrastructure was blown up in 1995 at Skrunda, the radar base, where, again, that was with important US engagement. And then, of course, we had something that was essential to Latvia's security today, and that is United States lead in the enlargement of NATO, where without that, of course, we would not be sitting here today as a member of the world's most important military alliance. So that's a little sketch of the past. I just want to sketch in a few points about future cooperation, which I think should be noted. And I think Julia already mentioned one, and that is the importance of giving maximum support to Ukraine. And we see that America's role is the most important. Globally, they're the ones that are giving the most military support at this point in time, with Germany in second place. And, the Europe's engagement also being very important. So this, of course, is going to be very crucial, especially during the next year when we have the issue of ensuring that there is bilateral support really cemented into the next administration from the United States. And that's an issue that's obviously going to be on the agenda and something that everybody in Europe will be looking at quite closely, because the challenge that we face is that Europe, and this has been acknowledged also by the head of the Commission's foreign relation policy, Borrell, is that Europe is not able to replace the United States in support to Ukraine. So that's why it's so crucial that America hangs on in there, as it were, to ensure that Ukraine defeats Russia's forces as effectively and quickly as possible. So,
I hope
yes.
we will come back to this
Okay.
next year. We will come back to this next year, but going to this recognition question and going to this really, I would say, impressive support for the Baltic countries joining the NATO, I would probably still would like to also encourage Iris to comment some of his ideas in his brief regarding this necessity to probably have more interoperability approach for defense cooperation in the Baltic countries, and how you would probably comment this necessity.
Thanks, Alina, and thanks, Julia and Imans. Great to be amongst you. But let me start saying thanks particularly to Janet Ozoliņa, because you see, so many good things happen if you talk to Janet Ozoliņa, so do everyone, because we not only celebrate last year 100 years of diplomatic relations, we celebrate this year this remarkable 30 years of starting state partnership program between Latvia and Michigan in particular, but also the state partnership program. It all started 30 years ago with Latvia being the first one officially signing this agreement with Michigan, and then Lithuania and Estonia immediately following. Before I precisely answer your question, I just want to say a couple of sentences of why this brief. Well, first of all, that was indeed that came out of conversation with Janeta. But the point is that 11 years ago, I wrote a similar one that you can still read it's freely available in internet. That was the Eastern European Policy Center. Anders Kudors and Ivars Indans edited the edition on a U.S.-Latvian relationship. Then it was called 20 years of U.S.-Latvian defense cooperation. But I realized that over these last 10 years, rarely somebody actually wrote something about this. So Toms Rostoks wrote the piece last year. Ministry of Defense, together with Michigan National Guard, wrote kind of institutional memory piece. But seeing so many enthusiasts of political science and international relations, I would kind of assume that there will be now streaming writing about U.S.-Latvian relations, because believe it or not, well, for the expert of my kind of knowledge, I couldn't find a lot of reference where we are currently with these relations, let's say 10 years after that piece I wrote. So I decided that probably it's too boring for people, because exactly of that smoothness of those relations on the surface. But believe you me, this is still very interesting, albeit I must attest that this is a smooth relation and non-issue relation, so to say. But nevertheless, the novelties that I tried to describe in a policy brief exist, and specifically on a streamlining of U.S. security assistance to Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and in particular from kind of scattered individual bilateral approach towards this more regional approach. You see, it makes a lot of sense, not only for U.S. Congress to scrutinize security assistance, because that's at the end of the day, it's millions and millions of U.S. taxpayers' dollars, but also from this perspective of interoperability and kind of more regional perspective. We are three sovereignties in this region, right? Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are similar as we are. We are not the same, and sovereignty matters. For defense planners, that is one of the very important things. How you ensure in alliance context that you can actually operate in this region as seamlessly as that will be possible. So one of the first things that you ensure with notwithstanding the administrative issues that you need to kind of tackle, is of course the interoperability of capabilities. And that is what US Congress, by starting Baltic Security Initiative, the absolute novelty of this last 5-7 years, has streamlined the security assistance into unified effort for all 3 Baltic states. This now is being discussed in the capitals together with offices of defense cooperation. Then it's discussed with EUCOM as a US European command, and then Pentagon and State Department, and then in Congress. So now it is ensured that these capabilities set out in capability development areas set out in Baltic Security Initiative will be developed as coherent as possible, together with US allies, together with our Polish allies and other European allies here in the theater. So all in all, the interoperability is a very popular word, obviously, over the last 70 years at NATO, but it materializes very much in cooperation and the security assistance that the US is providing, and we see that from the common purchases of, or parallel purchases of long-range artillery, coastal missile systems, and air defense that we do in different time variations, but with the same security assistance funding. So, yes, indeed, to sum up this brief overview, interoperability is indeed the word of the day, and the more interoperable we will be amongst ourselves here in the region with our US allies and our other allies in NATO, the more success we'll have on the operational field.
Thank you, Iris. Would you have something to elaborate on this pan-Baltic approach? Not yet, yeah?
Oh, sure. No, absolutely. Iris made a very good point about the Baltic Security Initiative and the goal being to achieve interoperability. Of course, that's our goal with assistance to all NATO allies, that we can function as the most powerful alliance, military alliance in the world's history by being truly interoperable with each other. So, and really Latvia's membership in NATO has tremendously strengthened the alliance, starting from when it joined in 2004 and looking to the present, where Latvia hosts the multinational North Division here, enabling the Supreme Allied Commander of Europe to be able to move forces here and react swiftly in a time of crisis. So really tremendous contribution to the security and stability of NATO's eastern flank. And we will, the United States, and will continue to look at how we best work together in terms of our military cooperation, in terms of specific systems, to continue to strengthen NATO's eastern flank.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's right that the support that we've received jointly from the United States, all 3 Baltic states, is a force multiplier in many ways, and it helps to give visibility to our contribution towards the alliance. But let's not forget, let's put this slightly into perspective, and I'll be slightly controversial here. Unfortunately, Washington doesn't wake up in the morning thinking about our security every day. I would like that to be the case. We've seen, if we look at what's happening at the moment, that Ukraine is probably 3rd on the agenda in Washington. Second on the agenda is, and we must respect, President Biden for visiting Israel these days. He's visiting a war zone, and it's quite right that America should be engaged in the Middle East. But the main priority in Washington, my understanding is China, from a global perspective. So we have to therefore solidify the cooperation amongst the Baltics within NATO to make sure that really our most important strategic ally, the United States, is able to continue to support and be engaged in Europe in the years ahead, given the challenges that the United States faces as one of the most important global powers, and a rising China, which is like really challenging this whole global structure at the moment.
Yeah, but yeah.
One point, though, not contradicting what Iman said on his global outlook, but you see, when you read this document called National Defense Authorization Act, the current draft, that is still, we're impatiently waiting that Congress and Senate can move forward on that. But you see, the interesting thing is that there are very rarely nations mentioned in this document, right? What nations are mentioned in the document? That is Israel, Ukraine, for obvious reasons, Russia and China, for obvious reasons, and there is Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. So there are no other countries in this document mentioned. So I would say, yes, you are absolutely right to say that Washington does not kind of wake up with the Baltics in mind, but they are talking about Baltics almost every day, and I think that we need to pretty much value this approach, that we have such a support currently in Congress and Senate. This has always been the case, but particularly today, that we are able to be kind of mentioned in this very important document that mentions thousands and thousands of different priorities. Obviously, that is very, very encouraging for where the U.S. policy towards the Baltics stay.
Yes, and here we are coming back basically to what Iman's also said in the beginning, that we have these doubts about next year presidential elections. And there was also, I would say, a statement also from Iris that during the Republican administrations and Democratic administrations, and due to different events, what has been happened globally, there has been support for the Baltic countries. So can we rely on that? How do you see, with your political experience, and probably then from your experience as a diplomat? Yeah.
Well, I think that we can be really grateful to our US partners that there has been consistency, since we regained independence, consistency of support, irrespective of what the administration has been in the United States, in Washington. And, during, for example, the Trump administration, there was a large increase in the defense support from Washington, and so and perhaps I can just add something else about the global picture. I think we can also acknowledge that the United States is able to deal with a number of crises all at once. This has been illustrated by the support for Israel this last week and a half. It has been shown by the way in which, the support for Ukraine is ongoing and pretty solid. And there is cross-party, bipartisan support for Ukraine, irrespective of, the challenges faced within the House of Representatives at the moment. And thirdly, the United States does continue to support Taiwan. I was in Taiwan earlier this year, and I was very impressed to note that Taiwan does have the support of the United States. So effectively, the United States is at this moment in time dealing with three very important issues globally, and we're lucky, and thanks to Iris for pointing out the way in which our profile still appears to be pretty high on the agenda of Washington. It's very encouraging to know that.
Yeah, and Julia, just coming just recently from DC, so. You mentioned also the trust building. It means consistency. It means persistence. So how do you see the trust building will go on?
Well,
Imants made some of the same points that I was going to make, so thank you for that. Just another testament to the great understanding that we have of each other. But I wanted to come back to something that you mentioned, Imants, at the very beginning, which was our shared values. And when we look at the world and we look at the many challenges that are there, yes, indeed, the United States can face multiple challenges at the same time and can continue our commitments to our allies in the face of tragedy and of crisis across the globe. And the reason why we can do that in cooperation with our allies is because of these shared values and because of the trust that we have built. And the importance of the NATO alliance and of our security and defense cooperation is so that we can continue to withstand pressures and threats, whether it is coming from Russia or China or elsewhere in the world. So indeed, as we look across the globe at this moment, we are looking, we are thankful and appreciative of for our alliance, and that gives us strength to combat these multiple challenges at the same time. In terms of looking forward and continuing to build trust, the United States will continue to invest in our sacred alliance, and especially here on the eastern flank. A great contribution to NATO's capabilities is the presence of the enhanced forward presence here in Latvia. And as part of that, the United States, in coordination with the EFP, with our own troop presence here, we are able to exercise and continue to ensure our preparedness to defend every inch of NATO's land, sea, and air. So we will continue along that way. Indeed, there are politics in the United States. That is always going to be the case. It makes for lots of speculation, but it
makes diplomats' life more interesting.
It does, it does. But the underpinning, as Imants said, is so very important, which is that there is bipartisan support across the board for our alliance, for our support to the Baltic states, and of course for our support for Ukraine. And as President Biden said, we must win the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is about freedom, and it is about freedom everywhere. These shared values that we have for respecting individual dignity, respecting the rights of countries to defend themselves and their sovereignty, these go beyond any one country or any one conflict. These are the universal values that are the underpinning of the international system that the United States, together with its allies, has built up over the last 50 years.
Yes, thank you. Also, I think taking into account those challenges you have already mentioned, Ukraine on agenda, Israel on agenda, Taiwan on agenda. And we both, with Iris, could witness the U.S. Army annual conference last week in Washington, and it was really encouraging to see the commitment to improve the U.S. Army, to hunt for talents, to invest in emerging technologies. So it's really, really impressive, the structured approach to build the Army and involve the society in its work. So how do you see what could be the next challenges? And that would probably go to the question to all of you. So what would be this future defense cooperation? Would we go for military mobility? Would we go for energy security? Would we go for more strategic investment in defense area? So how do we cope with the challenges you see? Iris, please, yeah.
I would say all of that, and then beyond that, obviously, let's say if I follow just the examples you mentioned, the military mobility is not just the area of investment that you can invest and then you can happily enjoy. That is like Riga will never be ready. The military mobility will never be finished. What is military mobility? When we talk about that, that is two parts of it, or even maybe three. The one thing is forces that you transport through the logistical networks themselves. And then in the modernity, that is all communication systems that link those networks. This obviously is primarily, I think, our own investment together with the European Union, most likely. But of course, any U.S. investment is very much welcome in European Union. We are desperately down, I think, on military mobility, where we were from, let's say, beginning of 90s or even 2000. Peace dividend appears to be very, very costly these days. Because if you can imagine just the port of Bremerhaven, that was one of the busiest for the use of U.S. incoming forces throughout the Cold War, appeared to be unable to even host a couple of brigades at the same time. So that needs to be done not only at this receiving end, but also at the kind of beginning of that process in Europe. If we take a look on a capability landscape, I think we will have a lot of things to analyze from Ukraine, but seemingly artillery is back. Tanks are back. All mobility, concept of mobile maneuver warfare is back. There's a lot of things that we need to kind of undergo here, and obviously the AUSA exhibition was supporting that idea of longer range, faster mobility, but also more secure communications. I specifically highlighted that in my brief, that I cannot imagine any future warfare without security of communications. I had a chance to chair a NATO program called Allied Ground Surveillance for the last 3 years, and you see, people see these 5 flying unmanned aerial vehicles, and then they kind of enjoy this program, and they think they enjoy the program, but that is just a visible part of it. That's just a frame. That could be a air balloon flying. There will be no difference into that. This is all about sensor that is in there and the high-speed data links. And if we can't do that, if we can't ensure that these data links work, or that infrastructure is filled with people who don't understand how it works, then that balloon can fly wherever it wants. It doesn't make any sense. It costs $2 billion, but what's the point? So I would say all of that is important. Conventional capabilities, industrial capacities to sustain the conflict and war effort is pertinent, but yeah, I would say we will live in the world of connected world of secure communications, and for soldiers that is a matter of life and death.
I would say that also really corresponds with the question what I see online. So how does Latvia envision the role of US in ensuring broader security of Europe? Because we are the part of security belt of Europe, I would say. And would you like to elaborate something on the challenges and things we would like to solve in the future, where to focus on that?
Sure. Well, Latvia understands better than almost any country the multidimensional aspect of security, and that threats to security are not just about what might be coming across your border into your territory, but it can also be in the domain of energy, for example. And so you mentioned energy security earlier, and indeed the way that we see security, it's more than just conventional capabilities and providing capacity building or doing joint exercises. It also includes these other themes of energy security and of building a society that is resilient to malign influence through disinformation, for example. So there are many aspects to this. The US and Latvia work together, given the broad nature of our relationship. We work on many different aspects of what security means. So that is how I see it, but I'm interested to hear from my fellow panelists how they think Latvia envisions the role of the US and Europe's broader security.
Well, I actually would like to just follow on from what you said about for people living in Latvia, it's not just a question of the concern that troops might come across the border, but there are other concerns. Okay, what we witnessed in Ukraine, obviously, from the 24th of February last year, it did shock society, and it, brought back memories of deportations, etc., etc. And that's why the Ukraine issue is still very high on our agenda internally. But if we look at more recent events, then the hybrid threats are very much out there. We have these migrants being sent across by the dictator Lukashenko in Belarus, and using human beings and migrants as a way of, as a type of hybrid warfare to unsettle the society and to test how Latvia can deal with this, to test the vulnerabilities of our border. So, that's one other illustration. And just these last couple of weeks, we've had, of course, the terrorist threats, so-called terrorist threats of, and the attempts to destabilize society by sending out, hundreds of emails saying that there's a bomb alert, and there are bombs in hundreds of schools in Latvia. And this is not something that just our citizens are feeling, but it's becoming a regional issue with Estonia, Lithuania, also Poland starting to get these types of threats. So I think it's right that we do need to look more at the wider perspective of security and how the hybrid threats really are very important, not to mention cyber security and and it's right that I think we can also offer our US partners the experience of dealing with information security, or as it's called, strategic communications, with our Centre of Excellence, NATO Centre of Excellence, where we have got this niche capability to be able to illustrate, and to delve more deeply into how society can and should react to these threats that are out there almost on a permanent and daily basis.
I would add to what Iman said, one interesting point from our beginning of our cooperation with the United States on defense. In 1993, when this cooperation started, it was initially intended to be civil-military engagement. Very low level, for obvious reasons. There were Russian troops in our country. Americans didn't want to kind of explode shake the situation. So it was intended to be civil-military engagement. Now we are, 30 years later, we are where we wanted to be from initial period of time in a very active military-to-military cooperation. And here's the point, that U.S. code, the codification of U.S. laws, allows this state partnership program, still allows to have cooperation amongst state emergency authorities. That we, due to our swing to military obviously not that much utilized. But here's my advice to American colleagues. You can easily do that on the state partnership program basis, also from Michigan to Latvian authorities that deal with state emergencies. And that all of that, what Imants mentioned on information security, critical infrastructure. Look what happened in the Baltic Sea recently. We are going to pay attention. But we have a legal framework to do so. For that, we don't need additional congressional authorities or additional money. All of that is already in. We simply need to, if we want, both sides return also and include that part where we started.
That was exactly where I wanted to lead our conversation, that basically we have those current threats, those threats on our borders and our society, and also the cyber attacks what we face more and more on our daily life. And so, yeah, how basically to balance this military and non-military cooperation, taking into account that we have also need to strengthen our disaster response and the emergency response, taking into account the climate challenges with what we are facing. So how to balance these things? Do you have some recipe?
I would just say where I just ended. The legal framework is there, so there is no big problem with that. But maybe Imants will recall from our common work in the Ministry of Defense that it takes an active person or persons to move certain ideas. Remember how Joint Tactical Air Controller idea started? With one lieutenant colonel, or maybe a couple of them, I just don't want to kind of say precisely one, but I know one, who moved this idea through the ranks and got the support from Michigan National Guard to go into this very, very sensitive at the time area. You can imagine that offer a capability to a country like Latvia that does not even possess one jet, but to offer the capability that would lead hundreds of American jets into the combat. That was, well, I can attest, that was a risky idea, I think. But it ended up, I think, with a huge success. It takes somebody to move these ideas, and somebody courageous enough to come and say, I want to do that. I want this border security to be part of the broader cooperation.
Well, let me just continue with that, because it was we're talking about a niche capability. Mm-hmm. So we've got Latvian soldiers who speak good US jargon. And it means that on the ground, they're able to communicate with US pilots. And in fact, we saw in Afghanistan, where Latvian soldiers were really engaged in battles with the Taliban, with the enemy, and they were saving lives by the communication, the skills that they had in communicating with pilots in US airplanes on the battlefield. And so, it's right that these combined forces, finding out where our niche capabilities are, and then offering them to our allies, I give my full respect to our Latvian soldiers for the skills that they have managed to accumulate over the years, and so there we are. Anyway,
I also mentioned that there has been some more spin-offs out of this JTAC cooperation, because thanks to American JTACs, we basically renewed 100-years-old tradition of building Latvian training airplanes. So that's a part of the Tarragon burst story.
And we were actually able to teach Polish soldiers this capability at the time that we were together in the Ministry of Defense. Our skills were such that we were teaching other allies, but again, that came with support from our US partners, and then we were able to bring it further into the alliance.
And that's what we are doing right now with our Exonicus, working on trauma simulators for army, medical personnel. So we are going further with this cooperation, and probably there are some ideas, and I think that my members wouldn't forgive if in the last minutes given to me, I wouldn't ask how could we bring our defense industries cooperation closer. Would it be strategic investment? Would it be some program for SMEs? So, because during the last years we have had very good cooperation with US DEFCOM, we have cooperated with FCT, and there are a lot of good ideas coming, but what's probably from your perspective, what could we do more to cooperate?
Mm-hmm. If I may, there is one thing that I want to say, and I want to encourage American side in particular to consider this. We have been very actively at our daily jobs, obviously, at the embassy in Washington. We are engaging with defense industries, various sizes. One theme that constantly kind of threads through the conversation is this argument that Latvia, you lack a strategic depth. And that is a problem because I can understand industries having a cautious approach to this region, thinking that should they invest millions and millions of their own shareholders' money, that is happening just on the noses of Russians and so on. But Finland is by no means having a larger strategic depth, so there is no such argument with Finland. Now Finland and Sweden, hopefully soon coming into NATO, Sweden in particular, then this argument, assuming that we all do the right thing around the Baltic Sea, and I also alluded that slightly in my report, then the Baltic Sea becomes a NATO lake. And if we, as I said, assume doing the right things and eliminating Russian perceived advantages, then certainly strategic depth increases even more. But I think this is a very important message that all of us must deliver to US and other industries for the same sake. The Baltic states are the stable and very secure economic region. This is a region with a huge future and a great future. Therefore, investment, particularly now, is a critical moment. So if you don't invest now, then you kind of go into this argument that the instability is foreseeable. If you invest now, you go contrary to any Russian narrative saying that these are, how did they say, the orphaned countries, and the investment is not worth of your penny. So I would say this is a very important thing that we all need to continue deliver to US industries, because the interest is there. The interest is there. They understand that we are serious about our security commitments, that we are serious about our defense budgets, and we are serious people, so to say. But this is something that somehow sits inside, and we need to kind of root it out.
Julia, would you like to say some word on defense investment from private sector or defense cooperation between industries? So.
Absolutely. This is an area where the U.S. Embassy is very engaged in trying to bring parties together, to encourage exchange on both sides, investment from the United States and Latvia and vice versa, to gain exposure for Latvian firms in the United States. And there are opportunities like the AUSA conference that you mentioned, where it's possible to bring stakeholders together. And you, both Imants and Iris mentioned the comparative advantage that Latvia has in terms of being able to identify important niches. And I think that is so true and such a testament to the long-standing relationship and understanding that we have between the United States and Latvia. And so we, as the US government, will continue to look for opportunities to highlight where Latvia can fit in, where Latvian companies and Latvian industry can fit into these niches, because indeed there are many places where Latvian technology and insight can provide a real advantage to our shared defense goals.
just recently we have had our cyber chess conference where our companies managed to invite also cyber specialists from the last year's AUSA to Latvia to basically deliver their understanding about cyber threat environment in general. But I would say that probably, yes, this is a window of opportunity for private investment to look on Latvia, look on other Baltic countries, and to be present here. So, but in general, probably still I would go with my last question to Mr. Imants regarding the new initiatives which we see in a European Union, and these are initiatives which, from my perspective, they had to be here much more earlier. So basically we have these developments about economic security. Basically we start to talk about economical security just now. So how do you see this thing evolving and
Well, I think you're quite right that the European Union has always been sort of slightly behind the game, as it were. Yeah. But let's not forget that after the 24th of February last year, the European Union did start engaging in giving military assistance to Ukraine, which is a big leap forward, as it were. And what I want to sort of mention, not so much about the economic security, which I think has also been dealt with in many ways by the turnaround of energy supply and the move away, especially from the main European strategic power, Germany, moving away from its errant dependency on Russian energy, that has been dealt with over the last year and a half, just as we have dealt with it, and our over-reliance that we had on Russian gas, and that's, we've turned that around. So that has been a very great success story. But at the same time, if we look at the industry cooperation issue. I'm not an expert on defense industry. I hope to improve my knowledge in my current position. But if we focus on what is crucial at the moment, and that is actually supplying Ukraine with assets that they need, such as the 155 millimeter ammunition, where Europe really needs to come up with the goods, especially in support of our US allies, where everybody is facing these challenges, not only in the ammunition but in other areas of support to Ukraine to defend these values that we were talking about earlier, of freedom and democracy, where people are dying every day, in a neighbouring country, in a nearby country to Latvia, where we keep witnessing these atrocities that are being committed by Russia. And so I think that's the crucial not only possibility for the defence industry, but necessity from the perspective of a defence and security viewpoint.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I think that we also have covered quite many of the questions which we have seen from our Slido from online. But understanding the challenges about decision making and political leadership way of thinking. Yes, there is one also interesting question from online that how we could ensure that defense cooperation between our countries remains transparent and accountable. So I think it's quite crucial for our societies to support it, and especially for American society to support it and see that there is like win-win situation. So are there some measures, something else is doable? So how do you see this question to be answered? Yeah, Julia?
I have been impressed in my short time here in Latvia. I've been here only 6 weeks, but that this is a place that really does value transparency in decision making at the government level. And thankfully, both the US and Latvia are robust democracies where people expect that, and that is only going to make us stronger as societies and as nations. So I welcome the question. I think that it is important that citizens of both of our countries have visibility into how their budget decisions are made and where priorities are identified, so that they see how their representatives are reflecting the values of their society. And certainly that is the case in the United States. And as I mentioned earlier, it is not always a neat process. There are politics there, like everywhere. And we see that playing out right now. But ultimately, that very question of transparency and accountability to the people is what makes our democracy a strong one.
Exactly. Thank you. Yes, Iris or Imant, who's...
Yeah, I think it's a very simple thing. I mean, we know what resources we devote for this cooperation, and at the end of the day, there is this idea that I think there was Lord Robertson in 2002 said what's important for NATO, it's capabilities, capabilities, and capabilities. So there is no more important things that should stem out of security cooperation between security assistance, first and foremost, so that U.S. taxpayers precisely know where that money went. And I think we have, where it's classified, where it's open, and we can show whatever we have done. And the best attestation of our commitment is, let's say, these HIMARS or Black Hawks or whatever we purchase from the United States, so we can show how we use them.
So right quantity and right quality. Yeah. So Imant, would you?
Well, I'll just focus on the transparency and accountability issue, because I think we can be very thankful to civic society in Latvia and the press for keeping, people like me, politicians and others that are in positions of leadership on guard and questioning, how decisions are made. And I think this is, we can be grateful that, our society is very dynamic and doesn't hesitate to question the decisions of politicians and leaders.
Yeah. Would we have some more questions from the audience right now? Yes, I have a promise of 5 more extra minutes, so please, yes. Go.
Agent provocateur.
Thank you. Once again, my name is Gins Egermanis and I'm with the Latvian Institute of International Affairs. Given this brief moment for last minutes of discussion, I would say I have 2 messages. Probably I will be able to provoke a short discussion. One is Finland and Sweden were mentioned. And I think that with the Swedish accession, this region will look somewhat different. And I assume, probably I'm wrong, but we need a new American commitment in order to reshape the debate within the region. We can do it on our own, I guess, but the American presence would be extremely valuable. And the second point is, I wrote about it a few months ago, just before Vilnius NATO summit, and I was talking about this. We need to boost our deterrence because the Russians have now used to fight their wars in foreign countries. And in addition to forward defense, we need forward deterrence. Your president, the American president, just recently said, don't. And we need this don't in this region as well.
Yes.
So that's my point.
Yeah. Sweden, Finland?
On my side, very quickly, yeah, I mentioned Sweden and Finland, and I think that, security situation swings very sharply in favor of NATO in the Baltics, and NATO shouldn't waste a single second to establish that this don't, as you said, is now new baseline, and how does that end with considerations on Russian containment and these kinds of ideas? I don't know yet. It's a matter of discussion, but But certainly, if we don't do that, then we will be later sorry. Then obviously, a lot of things that we discussed today, and a lot of things that I wrote in a brief, and a lot of things that happen in these relations between Latvia and US is because of Russia. Should Russia be a normal country, I think we will probably not have this discussion today, and would not have a lot of things. But we need to read Russians right. They believe that they can win the war against the West. They can outlast the West. They believe that they have so many actually general advantages. They don't even see that they are losing in Ukraine. You know, they perceive that they are actually winning it very decisively. So these perceptions that they have are totally different. And again, you rightly said, Gintz, don'ts are becoming a must, so to say. So concerning the troop presence, the more the merrier.
Yeah, well, my good friend and colleague Gintz said that we need new US commitments. Well, I'm not sure we do, because my sense is that the commitments are ongoing. You know, they haven't gone away anywhere. The situation has changed very much to our favor, you know, with Finland already being an important member of NATO and coming with important assets and contributions. Sweden will be there shortly, hopefully. And so, you know, I think that, to my mind, I don't see any need for new US commitments. I think that they will continue to be ongoing.
Julia, would you go with
And
this?
I would respond where I started, which is we just celebrated 100 years of diplomatic relations. We are embarking on the next 100 years. The U.S. commitment to Latvia is steadfast. Our troop presence has been persistent. We have seen an increase in capabilities due to the increase in the number of NATO troops that are here on the ground. The Canadian-led enhanced forward presence due to grow to a brigade level by 2026. And I would say that allies remain committed. At the Vilnius summit last year, we discussed concrete ways in which we are going to expand our capabilities and our preparedness on the eastern flank. So as we look forward to the Washington summit next year, I know we're going to be discussing these ideas in more detail, and I look forward to continuing to work on deepening the security and defense relationship during my time here. And as Iman said, it is persistent, it is consistent, it is built on trust, and will remain so.
Thank you. Thank you for the great and very careful audience. It has been a great privilege for me to be together with professionals and hear your expertise. And thanks to Riga Conference for bringing all of us together.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you and welcome to the special session about evaluation and innovation, the sustainable business transformation. My name is Agnes Alksne-Bensone, and I am a co-founder of Latvia's corporate social responsibility platform and also an owner of consulting company Sustainability Partners. I would like to introduce you to the panelists for today's session. Viktors Toropos, Head of Sustainability Development at SEB Bank, Latvia. Mārtiņš Čakste, Chief Executive Officer of Latvenergo. Evita Goša, Board Member of Švenk Latvia. And Fredis Bikaus, Managing Director, Rīga Investment and Tourism Agency. To start our discussion, I would like to briefly set the framework where what we would like to discuss today. This is an era defined by environmental crisis and security challenges in this region and all over the world. And it is increasingly important for us to explore potential of private partnerships, potential of public willingness to be part of largest transition, I think, after manufacturing transition, but transition to manufacturing, to start from linear and go forward with circularity of our economy. European Union has taken in their hands sustainability in terms of regulation, and we would call it an avalanche of different legal acts that is now homework for companies to understand where they stand with sustainability issues, what kind of impact they create, what kind of negative, what kind of positive impact they create, and report, be transparent, and be very open-minded about how they will mitigate the risks and how they will create plans that we live in a better world in the long term. Complexity of this regulation can kill sustainability idea behind it, and so that we are not killing the sustainability idea behind bureaucracy or data, then I would like to invite companies and also public sector to bear in mind the meaning of this regulation and try to find out how we can actually improve business behind the legal acts. I would like to also emphasize that in this transition process, we need to collaborate. And collaboration in our region is very challenging. I don't know maybe any good successful project even in the Baltic countries that we can say that it worked. But maybe this is a time where we can join forces and open our economy for this transition process. And I would like to invite us further to talk. And I would start with our first question to all our panelists about what is the role of your organization to secure, support business for sustainable transformation, and does innovation is part of that transformation? Please, I would like to give floor to Evita.
Thank you very much, Agnes. Thank you to organizers for having me, and thank you spectators and listeners to our discussion today. First of all, I would really like to emphasize that innovation is not just part, but it is the cornerstone of environmental and climate sustainability. And I represent a company that produces building materials, mainly cement, ready-mix concrete, and aggregates. And speaking really in very general terms about building materials production globally, I would really first like to outline where we stand, so what is the playing field, and briefly remind you why actually this area matters for environment and climate. And I will focus mainly on CO2 emissions. So in our, let's say, area of production of building materials and construction, we can distinguish mainly two emissions generation cycles or types. That is, one includes those emissions that occur during production, transportation, and use of building materials in construction, while the others arise from the energy consumption in buildings. And if we analyze really all global emissions, then we find that approximately 11% of all emissions are generated in the field of building materials and construction. And approximately 28% of emissions are generated in the field of operation of buildings. So altogether, imagine almost 40% of all global emissions. That means that really this area is very much responsible for CO2 emissions reduction in the future. Also, we have to remember that a significant amount of waste is created during production of buildings, usage of buildings, but also especially during demolition of buildings. If we go back to production of building materials, then we also have to remember that concrete is the most consumed material after water in the world. And construction uses twice as much concrete as all other materials combined, if we speak about new construction. And one of the key elements in concrete is cement, and cement is responsible for approximately 7% of all global emissions. And also we as a cement producer in Latvia are responsible currently for approximately 7% of all CO2 emissions emitted in Latvia. So we are very much responsible for emission reduction. And therefore, we have, even though we have already done a lot, and since actually our cement plant was commissioned back in 2010, so we have already managed by almost in the amount of 100% substituting fossil fuels with alternative fuels, we have diminished our CO2 emissions in the amount of approximately 40%. We still see that we emit approximately 7% of all emissions in the country, and therefore we, of course, have very clear goals in how we are going to reach climate neutrality as soon as possible. So we have identified 2030 already, and that is where innovations step in and play a very, very important role. And just to mention, so the first part is the further reduction of emissions in the production process, but unfortunately approximately 2/3 of emissions in cement industry are the so-called chemical process emissions, so they are basically unavoidable. So cement industry, similar as for instance steel industry, is the so-called hard to abate sector, and these are emissions which we can't avoid at this point of time, and therefore we need other innovations, and these are the so-called carbon capture, storage, and possibly also further utilization technologies. So currently there are no tailor-made solutions in the world, but there are very many vibrant projects ongoing with respect to implementation of these technologies, and we at the group level, so we are part of a group, building materials group company with headquarters in Germany. We very actively are testing these technologies, and we would be responsible for capture part, but of course we are looking into further, let's say, building of value chains when it comes to storage, most likely in the short term and mid-term, and hopefully also different ways of utilization in the longer term. But in order to even build these value chains, we also need support of public sector. And here I don't mean any financial help. Here I mean simple regulatory framework, which currently we lack in Latvia. So in our view, we currently live in the society of different speed, as I say. So we have companies, we have entities, we have also individuals who understand very well why climate matters, that we can't continue as we have done so far, that growth does not mean increase of consumption anymore. We have to transform actually the way we think, the mindset, how we live. And on the other hand, we still even have people who believe in conspiracy theories that climate change does not exist and so forth. So these are the two basically ends. And the rest of people somewhere in between, and also companies among them. So, and this is where really this cooperation and collaboration is important, that we in all possible ways cooperate, that we discuss things, and even at the EU level. For instance, this spring I had a wonderful experience of having the opportunity to be part of an informal meeting of environmental and climate ministers of the EU, and actually they also themselves, the politicians themselves, they said that this is a wonderful experience, you know, all this networking and mingling with businesses, like really talking to them finally, so really like understanding that.
So it's like not to be afraid about cooperation, public sector with businesses, it should be a key.
Absolutely, absolutely. It should be a vibrant, live, everyday level discussion, actually, because we can't solve things slowly at this point of time if we speak about climate and environmental challenges. But we, when I speak about the mindset, if we go back to like real things, what we have to do, especially if we speak about construction and production of construction materials. So this is, let's say, these are innovations also in materials even we use. So all kinds of new materials which we even haven't thought of at this point of time. So also development of new building design methods, use of new material combinations, and of course also recycling, recovery of materials, and usage of recycled materials, which we currently lack. And even if we speak about procurement, all kinds of procurement, be it public, anything else, we still don't have that mindset. Even we have huge projects currently in the Baltics. I won't mention the name, maybe you understand what I mean, but where also recycled materials are not used. So they are not even mentioned among the technical requirements. And this is a problem. So we have to change standards. We have to change, how we implement them. And so this is what I also ask, let's say, the public to think about these things, and we all can influence.
It's very good. Actually, you brought all my questions in one speech, but we will try to tackle separately all the thematics. Yes, the question is the same. What is the role of your organization to support business for transformation? I understand that in your case, you do it yourself.
You don't wait. Also participate in public
yes, of course.
debate.
So, what does banks do?
Well, that's a very extensive question, and I would need a lot of time actually to comment what banking sector is doing. So, despite the fact that I'm representing SEB Bank, I can also talk, I believe, from the banking sector in general, because there are a lot of discussions also on the association. Sustainability is a very hot topic there, but they're all, I think it describes very well that if you take the policymakers of EU, then you can treat banking sector as a bit like extended hands to introduce.
Like extended power.
Yes, and that's how it works. And actually, banking sector was one of the first sectors where a lot of different, very specific requirements came in, and we have to be in line with those requirements. In practice, it means that we have to incorporate in our practices everything what is around the sustainability. Let's say how we are ensuring that the climate risk management practices are sufficient, how we are assessing the customers, how we are educating the customers. And that requires a lot of effort, starting from what you are doing in your such-called your own kitchen, I would call. That's all the governance related things. You have to make sure that everyone understands what is expected, that there are specific roles which are responsible for the specific things, specific processes are developed and so on. And that is an enabler to move forward with what is that visible part for the market. And I think it's always great to hear the stories of the companies who have very good facts in this around the sustainability, what are achieving and have very specific targets. But in general, the situation in the market is that sustainability area is a pretty complex and new thing for many market players, and we are very focused on ESG advisory meetings. We are meeting customers, we are explaining, we are trying to talk their language, we are trying to put attention on the most important upcoming changes that can be about the physical risks or transition risks, whatever. There is a lot of different angles in that story. And it takes time to educate, and it takes time even for the customer to start that transition, because it always starts from the thing that you have to understand what's happening in your company. If you are starting to think about very tangible sustainability-related targets, you are ending up with the need for specific data. And data within the sustainability area, that is a huge challenge actually globally. That's why, to summarize a bit what banking sector is doing, so first of all, we are developing our own processes, we are establishing new methodologies, how we are assessing ESG aspects at the client level. Then it goes to specific, let's say, frameworks, how we are incorporating that in our lending decisions. And you can also notice that banks are coming up with the new sector policies. They are very, transparent and open to say which are the sectors where they are willing to cooperate, where they would like to limit a bit. And the essence is very simple, because actually banking sector can influence, because banking sector is, let's say, responsible for, can impact the inflow of the capital in the market. And that's up to us how we are assessing, does client do sustainable business or not? And even those advisory meetings, that is the tool how we can help customer to understand, let's say, how to move maybe from very high emission intensive sector towards more climate neutral. And it's not the case that always customers need to become from day one green. Actually, customer need to deliver the progress. And our aim or our, let's say, task is to help the customer to become greener, if I would say. And that is always about the specific targets, specific reduction targets when it comes to emissions or some other areas what can be measured. And that measured data, that is one of the key things for the banking sector. And that's why in the finance association, I would say number one question in our agenda is the role of the policymakers at the state level. And I would very much agree with the statement that there is still a lot to do when it comes to the situation in Latvia. So there are very practical things, how policymakers and, let's say, ministries can support companies. It starts from the very specific targets, it starts from the very specific guidelines and very specific tools how to support companies, and it ends up with data availability in the market. I think that is the very tangible thing what companies actually need and what bank sector is need. And then we can say that it will start work much more efficient, and that will become much more easier for all of the involved parties and in that process. And of course, for if you take, let's say, social that aspect, or let's say how the public is understanding that also requires a lot of explanations. It's not so easy around the sustainability that you can say our target is to meet Green Deal targets. So what's in for me? I mean, for the simple citizen.
Yeah, you
so
have to change to actually do it.
You have to, first of all, you have to change, but you have to explain what does it mean and what does it mean in practice. And that it means to grow that common, let's say, understanding around this topic in the country.
Mm-hmm. Yes. A lot of also...
Yeah, in innovation, I forgot to say about innovation. There is a lot actually what we are doing, but just to be short, I think one of our main focuses, if we are connecting innovation with sustainability, that we are supporting entrepreneurs, and within the different topics which are around the sustainability. Also, there is a lot happening when it comes to the academic sector, let's say students and universities, because you can identify a lot of challenges within the sustainability area. Basically, we are supporting and moderating and then bringing up those challenges and also ready to support in a long term if there are some good ideas, what we see, what's coming from different type of the events.
Okay. I know that Latvenergo has a history of publicizing the data, publicizing the business model, explaining, working with stakeholders about their business. And so my question would be the same about what's your role for the sustainable transformation as a system. You are more responsible for the system of energy sector. Yes, and where do you see like maybe the challenge for you to do your job properly?
Yeah. We in energy sector, we are used to follow the weather forecasts, etc. a lot, and that's what we can say about this year is that this year differs a little bit from the previous ones, and really this year we see that many temperature records are broken. And that all in all, starting from May, there is a +1 degree in the ocean, and you can argue about what causes exactly this change in climate, but you cannot argue anymore is it happening or not. So as you know, then scientists say that if it comes up to 2 degrees, it will make a lot of change. Just to tell about Latvian weather, which is maybe closer to all of us, then summers will become almost 2 months longer. And the situation what we had this year when there was floods in January and February, it could happen more and more, and that makes also some challenges for society, how to adapt to it. In different countries it will be different challenges. And for instance, from May to October, we have very much below the average, the water in Daugava River. So these changes are happening. And we all together need to address it and look for solutions quite fast. There's really no much time left for us to make serious decisions. We as Latvenergo, together with the SEB Bank last year, we were 3 of the companies who get diamond in sustainability, diamond level, and but we are not stopping there. This year we decided to make also our ESG committee, and we are now setting targets in all of our areas where we want to be leading the leading example for other companies. And of course, we are all the time extending the scope of things we are following. So one thing is the direct emissions, where you are the cause, and then you go deeper up to the supply chain and further and further. And that's what we are doing now. And of course, as Victor said, it's a lot of education job to be done, and you have to be smart, because if you make things not profitable at the end for all your chain, then it's not sustainable, because in electricity you have 3 targets. It's security, it's availability, and that you can afford actually, because in the green energy, as you know, if you will have to pay triple, then society will not understand it. So you have to be very smart how to implement these green technologies, so that they are still sustainable from the point of view that people can afford it. And last year, what our group allowed is only in 1 year, 15,000 households were able to connect the solar panels at their homes. And you need a grid for that. You need the smart meters. You need a lot of technology to support it. And we could do it, but then you saw what happened with the tariffs. Yeah, because people thought that no, we don't want to pay for that. we want so that there is inflation, but we don't want to see it in our bills. And then, of course, also the question: who has to pay? Common people or the business, and which one comes first? Competitiveness of the business or affordability for the people, and there are a lot of things to balance. So basically, in the whole Europe, you have a problem that grids cannot connect all this green energy, what is needed basically to reach CO2 targets. And actually, whole Europe is behind, and the system operators are not able to sustain all these grid connections, and this is a big issue. If we talk about Latvia, then in wind energy we are at the last position in Europe, basically. So we lack also some legislation, and there is a big fight in whole Europe, but you always need to have some political decision. The environment with the 91 bird, and a lot of river species, etc., and then wind turbine. What should be the solution? If you will not make some sacrifice somewhere at least, then you cannot build anything at the end, and then you are dependent on the fossil fuel, and then you have CO2, etc. So somebody has to have this holistic view on the things, how they develop, and make some decisions that probably there we make safe haven for the environment, but there we still give a chance for the green energy to develop, because there is actually no other way how to make fossil fuels to go away. Otherwise, you are a little bit like in Germany, where you close the nuclear and then you use on the maximum the coal, which is emitting so much CO2 as it was not done years before. And actually, in 1 year, the damage done is like 10, 20 years worth. What is done now during this last year in Germany because of closing nuclear plants. So you have to be wise and holistic. The green energy can work only when you have a holistic view, starting from the supply to the end user. And of course, the most sustainable thing is to save and to make energy efficiency, and that's also where Latvenergo has the efficiency center. So anybody who wants to know how to save the energy, you're welcome, starting from the person, individual or company, whatever, because that what you use wisely is the best way not to spend where you can save. And talking about the innovation as such, then there are some technologies which have reached maturity level, basically the wind power on the earth and current photovoltaic, let's say, technology has reached the peak, and there are new developments in solar panels, but they are in a 5-10 years period to become commercial, because they are not commercial yet. But there are some very serious areas where we now invest most of the innovation, and it's storage, all kind of storage technologies, because there are so many different ways how to store excess energy, and so this is the area where we invest the most. And what we do is, you know that there is a big problem in Latvia with the STEM, with the education. Actually, we are also behind in all Europe. We have a lot of humanitarian students, but very few STEM students. And so we as Latvenergo give a lot of attention, starting from the school up to the doctor's degree and scientists, etc. How we support popularization of STEM science, so that we have more smart people to find the solutions and to make this crucial change.
Yes, thank you for highlighting the professional issue about our competences. We are not the only ones in whole Europe is suffering from lacking of STEM students. Thank you for also the mentioning holistic approach. And my everyday job is related to understand what the regulation for sustainability actually mean for companies, and what it practically will mean. And the idea behind this regulation, new regulation, is to request from the companies to have holistic approach, to understand the impacts, and to understand what we should report, what we should change, what we should keep, and what we should transition. So, and that was, I think, I slightly go to Fredis from Riga Council, and we had already previously conversation about that you would like to talk about investors. And do investors see it as do they request a holistic approach?
I will speak about the investor side, because I think I'm hearing what you're all saying, and I'm thinking that we could have another panel discussion just with the Riga employees, because, you know, we have the energy agency, we have people working with climate and different projects, and definitely city plays a significant role, but also investment attraction is impacting that, because the big question is, what kind of investors do we want to see here? And we currently set 6 priority sectors that we believe that we should work more. It's obviously Riga is mostly a service economy, so it's IT companies, shared service centers, startup ecosystem, real estate, and et cetera, et cetera. And it's interesting that answering your question, I see a disconnect between what we generally discuss as investment attractiveness in Latvia and what I hear when I meet investors and when they ask questions about what's happening here. Quite often, when you switch on TV, you would hear things like, oh, we should decrease our tax by 1% or increase our tax or whatever. We do very, I would say, rather technical changes to the product, but it's definitely important. It's somewhere there, but it's definitely not the number one thing. Because then I ask a opposite question. So let's imagine that tomorrow we introduce zero tax. It's a heaven. There is no taxes or very low taxes. Does it mean that there will be a huge line with potential sustainable good investors coming to Riga? We have that example actually in startup ecosystem. In startup, we have one of most competitive legislations right now in the world. There is good taxation system. We're on multiple ratings, but there is no line with founders. There is even a founder, I do not recall the exact name, but a visa for the founders of startups. But there is no line of founders standing on the border and asking, let me in, we want to be in Riga, right? And I think the reason is, especially when it comes to Riga, maybe in regions it's a bit different when it comes to manufacturing, but in Riga it's mainly about talent. And I spoke with one of Big Four representatives who is advising big investors on where they should go, and ask them, okay, give me the data, how you evaluate different locations before you advise your customers. And obviously taxes, business environment, everything is there, but up to 60% of total evaluation comes to talent availability and the quality of life. And the quality of life then is linked to, obviously, are we customer-centric city or a car-centric city or public transport or whatever other mobility solution. How friendly we are towards families with kids. We know that's an issue that a lot of families choose to live in the suburbs of Riga, not in the Riga. So when you speak to investors, there's surprisingly a lot of questions around quality of life, around what are the plans of the city towards climate change and et cetera, human rights and things like this. And this is a disconnect when you switch on the TV in Latvia and when you speak to actual people who are asking you all these questions, that I think we're thinking of a bit wrong direction. But that's one area is to make a product. Another area is I quite often feel like we try to make our product perfect, but we are then not going out and selling it in a proper way. I just came back yesterday from London from a conference, and on the conference, we actually sponsored the conference. So what we did, we made sure that lanyards for the badges, on all of them were written Riga. So everyone on the conference was wearing the Riga logo around. And when I was speaking to people, half of them didn't know this because they didn't know what Riga is. And it's surprising. I mean, obviously, European education system is failing us at some point, but it's surprising that that's what's happening in London. I'm not in US or somewhere far away, right? So I think that we should do more sales. We should be much more proactive than we did before when it comes to attracting investors. And I think the good example also is one of the investors that we did attract this year was Roche Services, who is building the shared service center in Riga. When they were searching for their new office for the shared service center, they have very strict requirements to what they require from the real estate, right? And it's not only BREEAM certificate; it's much broader than that. And so, if you would follow all Roche requirements, there are 0 buildings that are compliant. If you close eyes on some of them, there are 2. But this being said, that this kind of investors entering Riga is also driving the demand for more sustainable real estate. In a broader way also, I mean, how they interact and support their employees and etc. There are multiple aspects of why such companies are important when they're entering Riga. And the other aspect is also tourism, which I probably spoke less today about, but interestingly, what we're looking also into is there is now data which you can get based on purchases that foreigners are making in Latvia, and you can make an estimate of the CO2 impact in Riga. So, and you can see how different categories of tourists, what's the impact based on their purchase behavior in the city. So we're now also in discussions with collaborating with payment system providers to look also into that.
It's a lot of work.
It is.
To sell it. I really liked your comment about product, and when you are so technically involved in some details, then you forget actually what it's all about. And also, this also brings me to economic development theory. Like, you have to create place, and then the person will come, and then the business will come. And so that's why I think it is very important that the Council has the strategy for these issues. We have touched a lot of topics, but I would like to, from your perspective, would ask the question about are there any areas or initiatives that Latvia is setting an example for the best practice? Because there are a lot of challenges, lots of issues, and I would like to have the fifth panelist from the public government, but I don't know which one to invite because in my mind it was already 5 ministries at least. So from your perspective, what can we give to Latvia as a country for this transition? Like, do we have some examples, initiatives where we see a potential? Maybe it's not already done, but there is a potential for us. Maybe which industry will be first? Who will transition? What do you think?
Could you elaborate a little bit more on this question, because it is somehow, I think, too abstract. I mean, what do we mean by Latvia? Do we mean public sector, or do we mean specific companies? Like, what?
I think you can. I mean, if you know not from your own company or perspective, you can speak broader. But no, if you see that, I mean, Schwenk Latvia, what you've done, I think you are one of the success stories about your sustainability practices. But maybe you see that there's something that we can say, this is the way how to do it, and we should share it.
Yeah, well, I can simply, let's say, go on with our example. One technical comment to Martins: we also fall in diamond category of sustainability index, just in case. For last year, exactly, for last year, for 2022. This is last year. But okay, this is a technicality. Going on, what I think we are lacking, if it comes to especially the public sector, is like not using the opportunities we have. And I will just really name our example, what we are currently fighting for let's say, to implement really the carbon capture storage potential. And this is part of net zero for industrial emissions. Currently, let's say, this is the part of Green Deal. Currently, the EU has set targets already for 2030, like that approximately up to 50 million tons of CO2 should be stored by 2030 in the territory of the EU, be it onshore, offshore. Basically, the member states will have to submit this information to the European Commission, which are the storage possibilities all over the EU. And Latvia has fantastic potential, which has to be researched further. There are scientists absolutely ready. They are on their marks at this point of time, as we speak, to really, continue on that initial work that has been done already. Unfortunately, we currently have such a regulative framework and absolutely no willingness and initiative from the public sector side. So we are, let's say, one of the businesses actively fighting for giving that opportunity, opening up this opportunity to further investigate this potential. Currently, there are many countries in the EU already doing that. So as mentioned, there are ongoing projects concentrating mainly on offshore, but currently there are also onshore examples where, let's say, CO2 storage is made, let's say, possible. And this is a business opportunity. And currently, let's say, every day that we are, letting go, other countries use this potential. And we could name other examples, where Latvia is too cautious of using the opportunity, seeing business opportunities, actually, just missing the opportunities.
So basically you're saying that the success is that we are ready.
We are ready.
Scientists are ready. We know
businesses are ready.
Businesses are ready, so we lack this particular thing. Are banks ready?
Banks are very open and very ready, I would say.
Okay.
And, we are really searching for the projects which can be classified or qualified as a green, because that's not the case where you can just call it green that because you think that's green. There are specific criteria what you need to meet from the regulatory perspective and so on. What we are happy to see that there are more and more companies which are really thinking from the sustainability perspective and trying to go for the projects which can be treated as a green. And I would actually strongly would say that there is a lot of available funds for that. Different type of products that are available on the market locally and globally, and that is really up to the companies how they, I'm not saying pack the thing, but actually how they understand, first of all, what needs to be done in order to qualify for the green project, and then I'm sure that the financing will be available much more easier, and then we can talk about the terms and so on. So those are actually good examples what we can find in the private sector. But when it comes to the state level, I would very much agree that there is a lot, there are a lot of opportunities which are not used, and already was mentioned that there are different stakeholders, different partners who can work together, and I think there are very good examples which are those, you know, stakeholders which are ready to do and to go further, and where we are a bit struggling. And I think, from my perspective, this is a bit about the understandable and efficient, I would not call that as a platform, but as that is the how we are doing the things on the state level, how we are doing the things on the country level, how we are doing the things on the municipality level, how to move forward from the very, you know, loud announcements that our city gonna be, I don't know, climate neutral by year X, but how to create the platform that there are opportunities for young entrepreneurs, small companies, medium, large companies, academic sector can step in, financial sector can step in, and how we can move forward. And I think, yeah, that's the challenge is that in many cases that is a bit about the potential adjustments in the legislation framework. That is a challenge, but we need to start from somewhere. We need to be sure that we understand what needs to be changed in order to boost that direction, and the things are finally starting to happen. No, that's I think. I know that's an example of what everyone have noticed, but take energy efficiency, and that is very hot topic, and there is so much to do, especially in Riga, and that creates really good opportunity for a lot of involved industries and companies and so on. But there are some, let's say, limitations or some challenges which are on agenda for years, but we somehow cannot find the good solution that it finally speeds up and things are starting to happen.
That comes to my mind the example about things start to happen when the crisis happen, and or the situation are triggered so badly that we are just starting to do it. And I would like to come back to Mr. Čakste, about your new project with state-owned company Latvijas Valsts Meži. It happened, and there was no precedent before, and even discussions. Or I'm wrong, or it's just like how it's going now, and how you find it. Is it an example? How should operate state-owned companies, or it's like what's your view? Is it triggering the transition that we are going that way to the solar and wind energy or not?
I think it is, of course, controversial question, because some people think that state-owned companies should not get into the business, even if it is the core business of this state company, because we are not making mineral water or whatever. We are talking about the electricity and producing electricity, which is basically our core thing to do. And so I think decision to do it was great, because the problem with wind turbines is such that nobody wants to see them close to the house. And the idea was taken from Ireland and Finland, basically that in the forest you can move it further away from the society, so that it's a little bit further away. Another aspect is that current technology allows to build much less these wind turbines than before. If some 5-10 years ago you would need several hundreds of such, then now it's only about 100 turbines, and you can reach a lot of goals with that. So in the hectares, actually at the end, each turbine takes only 1 hectare to be protected for that purpose, and we have a really big proportion of the forests compared to the society, etc., compared to whole Europe. So the idea was not bad, but one thing is to decide it, another thing is then to execute, and on the side of execution, there are so many milestones. As I said, there is environmentalists, there are even the military services which say no wind turbines because it doesn't help others. And there are municipalities which are still not happy because there is a fight who will get the money and who will not, and etc., etc. So in my let's say short message would be such: Poland decided to build 5 nuclear plants half a year ago. After half a year, they have already environmental decision that it's okay, you can do it. It's for nuclear. We cannot make it happen for the onshore wind farms. So it's, I think we have a lot of military threats currently. You know that 2 weeks ago, Baltic Connector was harmed. That's connection of the gas pipeline with the Finland, and also the communication cables towards the Sweden and Finland were harmed. So there are a lot of risks currently, and Baltic states as such, they're not totally energy independent. We don't have sufficiently the generating power. We are importing. So I think it's crucially important that we build enough this wind generation in the Baltic states, and Latvia should take the part in it and make some clear political decisions to fasten this process, and not only for Latvian Ergo project, but also for other projects, and some decisions should be made. Either we want it or not, and better faster, because as you know, at 25th February we are now also disconnecting from the Russian grid, and that will make much more reliance on the energy produced in Baltic states themselves. And the safest way for us and the cheapest way is to find a way how to build this wind energy in the Baltic states, so that we do not have to import, or so that we don't have to rely on gas and shale oil in Estonia so much, because it will be costly.
So sustainability actually is also an issue of security. Would say that?
In this case, this is, I think, in this way, a very good decision, because we solve immediately many problems. We make a green energy at once, and also we have enough energy to be secure and not dependent from the imported fossil fuels.
The private and public partnership, not in all countries, are also a very success story. And there is a lot of controversy when you actually are joining forces. What do you think should happen that we are stop being afraid, and also business can be part of the sustainability projects, security projects, like, and doing together? Like, what should happen that actually the collaboration is successful and we gain trust? Like, how to gain this trust? I think that would be a more precise question.
Was it?
It's for all of you, because the issues are very diverse.
Well, I can maybe comment from city perspective. It's true that, and it actually refers not only to the city but to the country as well. We didn't have any much public-private partnership projects in Latvia, except of just launched Kekava Road. And there are probably multiple reasons to that. It's a very complex and long journey to go. As far as I know about the road, it was first started to be as an idea developed in 2006, if I'm correct. Today is 2023, so it took us a while. And but in Riga, we do see this as a potential solution to many of our challenges going forward, for many reasons. But one of them is actually that we have a lot of areas where we need to invest money, but we don't have that money, and we cannot borrow unlimited money. So this is the way how to solve that challenge. So I have people hired who are actually developing the concept, and we will be doing that. And one of the first projects will be actually in the energy field. We need to replace all of our street lighting because it's very old. It's a lot of money. It's a lot of money, and I think the lighting is there probably still from the time we've been occupied, I would assume. So its current cost is estimated at least 60 million, but I think by the time we're gonna be there with the actual solution, it's probably will be somewhere around 100 million at least. But there is a lot to think about. First, to replace, which currently we estimate will cut our costs on electricity by 40%. But more of that is how to also commercialize that. So maybe we can develop ideas on using those lighting. How do you call them in English? But you're stubby, but you understand. So maybe for commercial reasons, like you can electrify your car or whatever their other needs of private operator would be. So I think definitely PPP is the way to go, and city is looking the direction. The challenge with that is just a very complex and long process.
Yeah, I would like to add that I think everything relating, to innovation, to basically this new mindset, this also applies actually of how we collaborate. I mean, we can't really, carve something in stone and say, that this is the model we are going to use for the next 20 years. This is exactly the time, where we have to, just quickly apply, like new ideas, let's say new mindset, where we, there is this initiative, from public sector, private sector, new ways also in this regard, new ways of collaboration. And we need to adapt. So the change is the only permanent thing in life, as we know. And this is where we simply have to try to adapt. And I think that one of the biggest problems in the public sector is exactly that, like being rigid, something about like stability, that certain things have been, in a certain way, and they remain that way, and I feel safe there. And this has to change. I know that this is, easier said than done, but this is something that, we will have to trigger at some point.
It's very interesting that it's actually about people's behavior, how we make decisions and the power of decisions. And I just came back from Iceland, and there was a whole conference about circular economy, about human factor. And we talked about decision making and how we think. Yes, please.
I'll answer to that question a bit from other perspective. I think if that starts from the targets and ambitions, and then you can dive in actually in those targets and try to get out what is those top most tangible things to deliver to meet the highest result from, let's say, some climate neutrality perspective. And that is, I think, the thinking what we need. We always need to understand that it ends up with targets which are measurable. And I think that is something what could lead to hopefully a bit different discussion when it comes to some legal or legislation framework, some other, conditions or the ways of cooperation and so on. Because it's always going to be a lot on our list, but I think it makes sense to start. I'm not calling those as small iterations, because we are talking here about large projects, expensive projects, and so on. But I think within such extensive area as sustainability, some focus is needed. And I somehow believe that even that my example about climate neutral cities. So the question is from what we are starting. What are those more tangible projects to focus on, which are going to bring the most value out of that? And I think that's maybe is the thing to really consider how to deal with that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Would you like to also add, or?
I wanted to maybe point out two questions, and one is connected with your business and about the startups and innovation. And for the state-owned companies, the law is not allowing to participate in startups because the probability to get a successful result is 10%, maybe 15 if you talk about real startups, and then it's not made in the legislation so that we are all allowed to lose the money. So because if the money is lost, then basically we have given away the state money, which is not allowed so far. So this legislation is still missing. The second part, when we talk about innovation, then we are collaborating with universities, and the big issue is fundamental science, because startups usually come to something that is ready or close to readiness, but they cannot appear if there is not fundamental science. And this is the biggest problem actually today, how to support the fundamental science in Latvia and increase the pool for these startups to appear.
Yes, there was an article, I think, yesterday or today about that we lack a scientific base for being the best, but I think we are in some areas even best, still in academia. Do you have still 5 minutes or for last question? Okay, nobody is interrupting me. I will ask the last one. From your side, very shortly, what would be one request for you to succeed, and to whom in sustainability? I think you have a request.
Yeah, we have a very specific request, not to put obstacles in the way to the implementation of the EU Green Deal in Latvia.
Thank you.
No, I would really expect that on the policymaker level, we finally see one owner for the sustainability and Green Deal topic.
Yes, I can agree more.
Yeah, with the environment, you need to find this compromise, because in order to build wind farms, you need a place to do that. It's impossible to solve it by the companies themselves. It should be political decision, and we should not fight against an environment. We have to find compromise and the way forward, and to do it fast.
I would say it might not be directly linked to sustainability, although it is linked, is a clear responsibility and strategy on human capital, which was historically all over the place. It's kind of now, according to the new government, responsibility of the Ministry of Economics, but if I have to request something, I want a clear path on that topic.
That is part of sustainability. And thank you for bringing up these important topics. We have a lot still to discuss. Thank you for your participation, and good luck in the conference.
Thank you.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine.
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
Right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the EU-US Trade Panel at the Riga Conference. We have got a really excellent debate for you this afternoon, and I hope it proves to be something which you obtain a lot of new insights and information about, and also enjoy the debate. Now, we've got a fantastic panel here, starting at the far end with Barry In from the Open Markets Institute in Washington, D.C., who's one of the kind of trade philosophes of US trade policy. And we've got a group of European critiques to look at and scrutinize some of the American arguments, starting with Matusz Piotrowski from the Polish International Security Program at the Polish Institute of International Affairs. We have got Ina Steinbuka as the head of the Fiscal Discipline Council of Latvia, and Anna Băceal, former Deputy Prime Minister of Romania. So we've got a good panel, and we've got a potential of an interesting debate. So what we're going to do to start with is I'm going to ask Barry to open up with some of the EU and US, some of the US views of trade policy, how they're developed, in what the direction they're going, and then we'll try and have a kind of European reaction to some of the new US trade developments. So without further ado, over to Barry.
Thank you, Alan, and it's great to see you all today. And this is probably one of the most important of the many important issues that are taking place around the world at this moment. So who am I? You know, Alan gave you a little bit of an introduction. My organization, Open Markets Institute, we've been at the vanguard in the United States of sort of identifying the major problems with the neoliberal thinking of the 1980s, the globalization thinking of the 1990s, and we've had an enormously successful effect. We have kind of revolutionized thinking about competition policy in the United States and to some degree in Europe. The people that came through our group are now sort of in charge of the main agencies, the competition agencies in the United States, the FTC, the Antitrust Division of the DOJ. We have had a huge effect on sort of the understanding of big tech. Google, Facebook, Amazon, what to do about these corporations. Our analysis has been at the heart of thinking both in the United States and in Europe, and actually elsewhere around the world. And also trade. I mean, and this is actually how I got into this work, is looking at problems within the trading system. And my own work goes back in the framework that we're in now to 1999. And at which point there was an earthquake in Taiwan, which resulted in the shutdown of all these factories around the world. And that was the warning. That was a warning of problems within the trading system that we put into place in the 1990s that we did not heed back then, and we're now heeding finally today. We'll get back to sort of what that means later, but I just want to make 3 quick points, and then we could sort of, start the real conversation. And the first is that the Biden approach to trade is revolutionary in nature, and it's very real. This is a very committed White House, a very committed administration. It's what do I mean by revolutionary? In the 1980s, there was this change in how people address political economy. We call it now neoliberalism. And it was this market fundamentalism idea that we're just going to let markets run everything. What that really meant was we're going to let large corporations run everything. When you say markets are going to run things, it means large corporations will run those things. So what happened with neoliberalism is a radical consolidation of just about every part of our political economy. Globalization in the 1990s, WTO, it was the extension of the neoliberal thinking to international trade. And what we've seen is an extreme concentration of control over every part of the trading system since then, usually by American and European corporations, increasingly by other corporations. We are now going through a radical overthrow of of all of this thinking. It's really put it into local terms. What we're seeing is kind of the thinking that was present in the United States and Europe just 4 years ago. It's now being overturned at a rapidity like what we saw at the end of the Soviet Union. So a lot of the people who were preaching sort of globalization circa 3-4 years ago, if you look at them now, they're like a Soviet economist in 1988. It's like, so the world is shifting under their feet at this incredibly rapid rate. So this is a real revolution. This administration is completely committed to it, and it is changing the face of debate in the world and policy around the world. How does this connect with security? This is a security conference. The goal of this change is, when it comes to trade, is security. What we saw, because of this extreme concentration, we saw extreme concentration of risk around the world. We saw choke pointing of capacity around the world. For instance, what I was talking about before, in Taiwan, 1999, why did that earthquake create these massive disruptions in 1999? It was because there was this extreme concentration of capacity to make semiconductors in one place. In 1995, that would not have been possible. Capacity for everything that we rely on was distributed around the world. 1999, semiconductors, one place in the world. Today, many things, one place in the world. This includes chemicals, it includes active pharmaceutical ingredients, it includes all kinds of electronic components. That creates choke points, and every choke point creates risk. So by moving to break choke points, what you're doing is you're breaking risk, you're creating a system that's more safe, that's more secure. That's why this issue of the revolution in trade is of such fundamental importance for people in the security community to understand, because this gets right at the heart of making the world a safer, more peaceful place. The third point, this is an enormous opportunity. Some people will say that this is what we're seeing here is America first. It's the United States is just doing taking a bunch of actions to put to concentrate capacity in the United States so we have more jobs. Well, that's there is one of the things that's going to happen as we go through this is there is going to be more jobs in manufacturing in the United States. There's going to be more jobs in manufacturing in Europe, in Brazil, and every place that's outside of China, there's going to be more jobs in manufacturing. But the opportunity is far more than that. The opportunity is actually to re-envision what a trading system should look like, to re-envision what an international system should look like, to re-envision how we live together in community in the world. So it's like there's been a lot of reaction against the Biden approach to trade among many folks in Europe. We actually there's going to be a summit tomorrow. President von der Leyen is going to be meeting with President Biden. President von der Leyen actually understands the opportunities here, and she is moving to seize these opportunities. And I encourage all Europeans to understand this is an enormous opportunity. This is not protectionism. This is actions to take the system and remake it on a foundation of distribution and resiliency so that we actually have security and peace and opportunity to work together, not just to deal with the threats to our well-being, but also to rebuild a world in which we have the capacity to address all of the threats, sustainability, climate. So this is an enormous opportunity, and one thing that you should understand is that more is coming. It's like what we've seen thus far, the actions thus far, that's just the beginning. There's going to be a second round. I mean, IRA, the CHIPS Act, which we're seen as very disruptive. There's going to be a lot more disruption. It's going to be disruptive in the United States. It's going to be disruptive in Europe. It's going to be aimed at breaking additional choke points in China, such as on pharmaceuticals. It's going to be aimed at preventing the further slippage of capacity that is here and in the United States into China. For instance, BASF has been talking about moving an entire complex from Germany into southern China. That's not going to happen. BASF may think it's going to happen. It's not going to happen. So anyway.
That's fantastic as a kind of tour de force or tour de raison of the situation. I was wondering if, well, perhaps Anna, would you like to start by having a little initial observations?
Well, firstly, thank you so much for inviting me here, and I would like to thank NGIC for kindly helping to be part of this great conference. Well, I very much agree with a lot of things, with all the things that you were saying, that mainly trade, it's a matter of security. And I would like, before making some humble observation, to thank you all for coming together to be part of this conversation, because I think it's one of the very important issues that are present not just today but in the future. And I can start by saying that I am an example of a EU-US transatlantic relationship, if I may put it this way. I was born in Romania, I was educated in Romania, and then educated at Yale Law School, worked in the US, and then in 2003 quit the Wall Street and come back and enter Romanian public service and politics. And I was Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Justice, and now I am involved with the energy. And that takes me to what you were saying, that trade is a matter of security, and I will tap on expanding that energy is a matter of security. And I can tell you from my experience that US was the one helping us big time, and I've been involved in those conversations since 2019 when we were advocating to take the energy away from Putin's hands because he's going to use it as a weapon. Mm-hmm. And we've been saying that on, and some people didn't take us seriously. I remember the Prime Minister of Poland, so Poland and Romania, we were the strongest voice from our region, Central Eastern Europe, advocating that energy is going to be used as a weapon. And unfortunately, we were right. We wish we weren't, and that's very important to understand what the big influence of the US was stepping in and practically now not just helping us to gain independence from the Russians' influence. In Romania's case, we've been very lucky because we had a very good energy mix, and we had the nuclear, which, by the way, we were the only one in the region, and I'm taking very big pride of this one, because from the 1960s we were going with the North American technology, meaning the Canadian and with the help of the US. So what I'm trying to say as a first reaction is that you were very, very right to put on the table this special relationship, which is, in my opinion, the EU and US. And not just on the energy, which is incredibly important, but on all the other issues that you mentioned. And, US is the prime trading partner of the EU, and I think for the US, EU is a very, very good partner and very good, reliable partner. And if I could close as a first reaction, yes, I'm very grateful, but likewise I would like to see more presence of the US and Central Eastern Europe, because in this way you are helping us of finally getting away from the hybrid war that our region has been for so many years, and we live it today, where people are playing with just human basic rights such as energy, and stepping in with, including with the new technologies on the SMRs. I think it's a very strategic move that will really not just close the tides between the US and the EU, but certainly for Central Eastern Europe is something that is so much needed, and quite frankly, if I may say on a personal note, overdue. So US presence in Central Eastern Europe in energy, for example, is so crucial.
I think just on the energy thing, I think that's a very, very good point. I mean, one of the points about this issue of choke points and dependence, if you look at what happened in 21, 22, with a huge increase in energy prices, to think about it like this, what the Russians did is they cut supply. They knew Europe was dependent. Yeah. They cut supply. sufficient that prices went to in August 22 reached over €300 per megawatt hour. Now, normally, prices in the last decade have ranged from 9 to €29 per megawatt hour. So 300, more than 300. And that cost Europe enormously. The amount of subsidies the European member states spent, EU member states, was around €400 billion on basically protecting European industry and European consumers from that choke point. And it resulted, because we had to go out into the international market and buy gas at top dollar, we ended up having the first trade deficit since the Great Recession. So the point about when Barry makes the point about choke points and Anna re-emphasizes energy, this is an example of what happens when it goes wrong. The costs are in hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars, aside from the direct security costs. They can be absolutely enormous. I'll stop there, but I'll move perhaps on to, perhaps you may have some observations to make.
Okay. Thank you, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this distinguished panel. Look, I would like to recall what happened 10 years ago. In 2013. In 2013, I was working at the European Commission, actually as a head of European Commission representation in Latvia. And at that time, we were engaged into TTIP, or Transatlantic Trade and Investment Treaty. Okay, which is, I don't know, maybe the young generation don't remember, but it was abbreviation TTIP. And everybody was very enthusiastic about the prospects of this potential agreement, and the hope was very high. But what happened then? Actually, in 2016, the negotiations were ended. And in 2018, President Trump imposed tariffs on steel and aluminum for Europe. I don't think it was a very good decision, but anyhow, President Biden actually suspended the decision later on in 2001. But of course, in this situation, the TTIP negotiations became senseless and were officially suspended in 2019. And who could imagine in 2019 that a year later, we will live in a totally different world. The world which is was confronted with a pandemic crisis. And then, exactly during pandemic crisis, everybody realized how fragile are trade and supply chains. And this globalization concept, globalization philosophy appeared to be unsustainable. It was unsustainable because we lack elementary things like protection masks, like hand sanitizers, like ventilators, like batteries, and I can continue this list of shortages. And what's next? Actually, next it was the war situation, the war in Europe and Russian invasion of Ukraine, with terrible economic consequences, including energy and gas war and high prices and skyrocketed prices on liquefied gas. Well, anyhow, we survived. But what is the conclusion? The conclusion, of course, was that something should be done different in the trade, in the international trade. And you mentioned, Barry, tomorrow summit in Washington, D.C. And we expect that the U.S. and the EU will build sort of protective fence against non-market economics like China on steel and aluminum, raising the tariffs or duties 25% on steel and 10% on aluminum. Of course, it is a very decisive move toward protectionism from total liberal globalization. And it happens actually at the time when OECD issued warnings that there is overcapacity of steel on the planet, and because of a huge investment of China into industry and actually low demand because of general slowdown of the world economy. So given these signals, in my view, this decision of having this club is very well grounded. Yeah.
So can I just...
Should I stop here for the moment?
For the moment, I'll come back.
Okay.
So much. Do you want to... your initial observations?
Yeah, sure, thanks. I'm coming from Poland, so you all may wonder if I will bring more European perspective or American perspective here. And actually, I'm hoping that with the summit that you both mentioned already, that both teams are listening to us, and hopefully they will bring some of our points to the final statement. But jokes aside, agreeing with completely everything that was said before. Maybe just 2 things that I would like to bring to the discussion on some way that need to change in European thinking about the American thinking. Because the way I see it right now about the US policy, but Biden policy, factors that are actually driving this policy are towards, very simple, labor and workers. I mean, I see it pretty much everywhere, not only in the Commerce Department, Treasury Department, Trade Representative Office, but especially in Joe Biden himself. I mean, if I don't want to talk about it that broader, but maybe just short example. Climate, the biggest climate package in the U.S. history, which is the Inflation Reduction Act. You have a lot of actions, like I said, the record value, but not at every cost. This is my perspective. Not at every cost. Joe Biden is not again on climate action at every cost, and especially not on the middle working class costs. He's fighting for the people. That's my that's my perspective. And to bring some examples from the IRA, administration with these tax breaks, with subsidies, they are encourage car industry to switch for electric vehicles production, of course. But it's not only about the tax breaks, not only about subsidies, but also about the orders from the administration to bring these vehicles to swap the production. But what he's doing, that's my perspective. So I'm happy if you disagree with it. What he is doing, he is investing in the industry, but at the end of the day, he's investing in the people. And of course, you can say that it's all about the politics, it's all about the elections. To some extent, every action that politician does is about the election, especially in the US when you have elections in every 2 years, presidential and every 4 years. But these are the long-term investments, and that's the issue for Biden, because I don't think that he takes the let's say the recognition of the actions that he actually is taking for the US economy. I mean, the approval for his economic actions are pretty much lower than the general approval, and it's still low for him as a US president. And if I may, staying with the car industry, what he did in the last month, joining the line of the protesters from the factories, I think it's unprecedented action to show that you are doing this working middle class. You are doing a great job. You deserve to gain more, to have more, and I'm fully supporting you. I think it's something that, I mean, it's the way of thinking of the US president and the whole administration. And this should be also recognized in the European Union, that this is the way of new thinking, and even you are okay with it, and you will understand it, and you will try to adjust to it, not to counter it, because this is not the way, not to counter it, but to just understand it and do something about it in the European term. That would be my starting point.
Okay, Anna, you said
yeah, I just want to follow on what you were saying, and just to give you another example of the Inflation Reduction Act. Even though created some turbulence in the EU, in my opinion, it was, I agree with you that I think some of the countries from the EU needs to change their thinking, because they ought to see in US as a partner, not as a competitor. But you know, the concrete example with what Inflation Reduction Act was doing on the energy was that is helping the deployment of the SMRs in Europe and in our region, which again is coming back to security, because, and I'm not going to go on and on about the energy, but yes, energy, in my opinion, is just not just a basic human right, because it's providing you the energy as a, you know, the basic right of living, but likewise is that matter of security. And you mentioned, you know, giving examples what happened when something is going wrong. But you know what? Didn't go wrong with, you know, out of the blue. It went wrong because people didn't plan properly and didn't listen to the voice, such as Romania, such as Poland and other countries in Central Eastern Europe, when we've been saying, watch out, because this could be used as a weapon, as a war weapon. Because, you know, it was quite funny that the Republic of Moldova, for example, and Romania was having the highest price of the gas from Russia, and another country, I'm not going to name it, was the cheapest, you know, got the cheapest price of the gas, you know, the same gas at the same day. So, you know, what is that telling you? It's telling you that this was used in terms of a policy and, you know, and that part of the hybrid world that we are living, which we should not allow it. And I will just give you, if I may, a few numbers, because you know, I think that's why I'm so grateful for putting up together this conference, because I think where is missing is the information and the education, if I may say, of what this EU-US relationship, not just on the trade, but especially on the trade, because practically, the US investment in the EU is notably 4 times higher than in the Asian Pacific region, while the EU foreign direct investment in the US downfalls the combined EU investment in India and China by tenfold. And I can go on with the concrete numbers. So what is that telling us? It's telling us that if we are partnering, of course you will have areas where will you compete. But you know what? With the Inflation Reduction Act, I said, look, good that the US came up with such a policy, because it's going to force the EU to come up with a very competitive policy, pretty much on the same domain, but again, in partnership, not in a silly competition. It should be healthy competition, but not a competition that is destructive, because in the end of the day, EU and US is so linked. And I will just close just putting out, maybe you might want to comment on it. I think the work together that we can do in WTO is very important, because there has been some slowdowns, and I think that the partnership in the work that we could do together in the WTO will be very valuable as well.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, you know, it's you know, I think there's tying together a couple of the comments here, and I think that all 3 of these comments have been enormously important. What we're saying is, you know, when you see President Biden walking on the picket line of a strike, I mean, it is unprecedented, and it's a way of communicating to people that what we've been doing in the United States since early Reagan. It's over. We're done. We're not. The idea here is not to crush the American workers, nor is it to crush the European workers. American workers don't win if European workers are being crushed. And you know, so I think there's a. So what you're saying here is this pretty important statement, also that has to do with the politics in our nations, which is that why have we seen this disruption? There's a number of reasons why we've seen this disruption to our democracies in the last few years. Part of it is actually the platforms, the social media platforms. It's Google, it's Facebook. The way they manage communications, the way their business models disrupt communications, and pushes extreme positions on society. But there was a legitimate anger in the United States among working people at this status quo. When you look at the people who voted for Trump in 2016, it's like a lot of those people, it's like there was a real legitimate anger. When you see some of the anger that's been expressed here in Europe, it's the same thing as legitimate anger. And actually, so one of the ways that you actually help to re-establish democracy on a stable footing is you make sure that everybody has a good job, a well-paying job, that societies aren't becoming more and more unequal, but are becoming more and more equal.
That's great. And I think you wanted to intervene. Yeah.
Well, I would like to continue this analysis of Inflation Reduction Act, which is actually a very big, comprehensive document, but I will comment only on subsidies. And this is exactly why the European Commission and EU is some sort of concern. The subsidies, actually, the amount of subsidies is quite huge. It's around $369 billion to my memory. Well, it's linked to green industries, green technologies, and this is, of course, excellent idea because we all should try to transfer our economy into climate-neutral economy, and technologies is excellent. But the problem is that because of these subsidies, some sort of European companies are suffering because investments are redirected toward the US, which is obvious. And I will give you one example with batteries. As far as this investment into batteries technologies are concerned, in 2002 compared to 2001, the share of this investment, battery-related investment in Europe, dropped from 42% to 2%. Okay, so it's enormous drop. But you are absolutely right that because the US is applying sort of protectionism policy, Europe should do similar thing. And that's why European Union adopted this Green Deal industrial plan with two components or two parts. One is Critical Raw Material Act, and second is Zero Technologies something Act, Zero Technology Industry Act. Okay, yeah. And there are also a lot of instruments to facilitate green investments, and but as far as financing is concerned, is much less. I mean, incomparable. It's about 92 billion compared with for 3 years compared with 369. Okay, it's 1/3, no, even less, 1/4. And the problem is that even this money is not envisaged in the European Commission budget, so it's not very clear whether even this amount will be collected. I mean, it's not that easy to respond in a symmetric way. It is not that easy, but of course the European Union is trying to do its best. And what I'm very proud that Latvian politician Valdis Dombrovskis is vice executive vice chair of the European Commission, and his domain, his portfolio is exactly about trade. So he's now, I assume, in DC. And there are many initiatives ongoing and many consultations, very intensive consultations with the US within Trade and Technology Council, with 10 working group. I mean, there are only...
You know, I actually do think, I mean, it's and I'm sorry, but there is like I mentioned BASF before, right? And it's like, this is actually an area where Europeans actually need to wake up. Because it's like, you're looking at the United States and saying, oh, they're subsidizing. And so in these future industries, this is going to be a problem. And here you have this enormously important industry, which is chemicals, where we are not getting rid of the chemicals that are BASF anytime soon. And yet, so you have this complex which employs thousands of people. And right now, because there's this residual thinking about we just need to let the corporations do what they want, right now no one has taken the steps to block BASF from moving to China. And it's like, so when BASF moves to China, it drags all of those jobs. It drags the cluster jobs that are around the plant to China. So it's like, before we complain too much about, sort of these subsidies, it's like, I would say, protect what you already have. Don't lose it. Because you're just digging yourself into a hole, and also we should understand that as we move to break these other choke points, this is really important. We have a shortage of workers in the United States. We have a shortage of workers in Europe who are trained up to the kind of industrial activity that we want to be engaging in as we go forward. It's like, the problem is not that the problem is that not that there's enough factories. It's that there's going to be too many factories that need to be staffed. Now we need to be thinking about, how are we going to staff, how are we going to man, put people into these factories, and so that's the future. If we take the steps necessary to make ourselves secure, breaking choke points in China, that means more factories here than we have the ability to staff right now.
Sure, Anna,
can I give you a concrete example following what you were saying? In 2019, Romania took the decision to break away. So we have on the nuclear, and by the way, you are a little bit older than my son, and I would like to say to you, please try to understand that the energy from nuclear is one of the cleanest sources of energy, and that's science, is not politics. And we can discuss if you have any other questions. So because I want to give this concrete example. We, in Romania, as I mentioned, we have already functioning 2 nuclear power plants, and we are building 2 more, plus we are the first country in Europe to deploy the SMR with the American technology, NuScale technology. And so in 2019, we took the decision to break away from the China investment in the 2 new reactors, because they were there to practically just block the project, okay? I can say this on the record. I know I've been involved as a Minister of Justice in those discussions. And what was happening, following what you were saying, Barry, and that's why I'm not agreeing that we should look at the US as the competitor. No, we should look at as a partner and take advantage where we can. So by deploying the first SMR in Europe, Romania has a very, very good chance to be the hub in manufacturing and securing the supply chain for everything is going to do with the SMR. Same with the research and development, with the R&D. We just already put in Nuclear Electrica, which is the company that is operating those nuclear power plants. We put already, with the help of the US and with the Department of Energy and the Department of State, with NuScale technology, we already did a simulator. What are we doing? We are investing and we are training the ones that the workforce that will be operating operating the other SMRs. So this is just a concrete example where you could see the benefits of just partnering with the US. And again, I'm going to go on and on about how important is the presence of the US in Central Eastern Europe in terms of the energy. Okay, being on a traditional type of energy or the more new coming technologies such as the SMRs, because that is, is not just, and for the ones that are looking at us, I can give them a tip. It's a very good market. It's around 240 billion euros, because most of the countries had the Russian technology when it comes to the nuclear, for example. But likewise, it's that policy that will be securing those countries for having that resilience, Barry, that you were talking about, of not allowing somebody to just play out of the blue with your national security by using the energy. Exactly. So, let's take advantage of the opportunities that are coming from this cooperation, instead of just, poking the nose and say, oh, you've done that reduction inflation act, we should just be all upset about it. No, come up with very creative ideas where you could take the opportunities, and including investing and become competitive from the human resources point of view. Because guess what? US is giving you an opportunity to go and get educated in the United States, but then it's for your country, for Europe, to make you come back to your home country and contribute. Otherwise, they will give you that good opportunity to work on Wall Street, for example.
Yeah. Thank you. No.
Yeah. Well, of course, EU and US are alliance, and they should continue to be alliance, and I cannot imagine what would happen if our partnership would break somehow. But at the same time, trade is about competition. We are competitors also, yeah? And this is normal. This is, it's unavoidable. And when you mentioned that some investments are directed toward China, but not only, some investments are going exactly from Europe or redirected toward the US. And I will give you an example with the chemical industry. You mentioned chemical. Multinational company, Solvay, decided to invest not to Europe, but to the United States. Volkswagen also reconsidered its investment policy and decided to move the US. It's not about criticism. It's just reality. It's just reality.
You need bigger sticks. It's what happened for the last 30, 40 years in the United States, and then more and more so in Europe. What we did is we created policy entirely around carrots. That's what it's like. Oh, we don't want to interfere in what the decisions by corporations, except for we're going to throw little carrots around and maybe they'll come graze over here. It's like you need a bigger stick, and it's like if you need to force a corporation, especially a European one, to invest or to stay, use a stick. And it's like use tariffs. It's like this is von der Leyen's been very she stepped out and she said, you know what, if we need to use stronger tariffs against against China to protect the car industry, that's what we're going to do. We're going to use tariffs. That's a stick.
Yeah. So one of the things about it which I don't think is entirely appreciated is that there is a kind of sense that, well, it'd be unfair to do anything to China because it's competition. Mm-hmm. Because what is not understood is that the extent to which the Chinese economy is not run on anything like ordinary market terms. So the thing to understand is that why it makes it attractive for BAS, it's not just the fact that energy prices are higher in Europe. It's the amount of free stuff that the Chinese state and the Chinese local governments and the Chinese financial system will deliver to BASF or to any European company. So you're not talking about a legitimate playing field. It's not like having an argument between the Europeans and Americans about a tariff level, where basically, okay, there are some differences, but it's basically two functioning market economies. You've got a non-functioning, into market terms, economy, which is quite large, and which is able to direct support to specific industries to acquire as much technology and business as they think they need to do, and to create the choke points. So I think one of the problems here, conceptually, is to understand with China, is you're not dealing with a market. That is the first thing to understand, and I think that is the difficulty with. I think the justification for using the big stick is partly to do with that reality. Surely,
I think there's also in this issue about market economy. It's we in Europe and in the United States, we would be lying to ourselves if we say that we have actually had a properly functioning market economy in either place for the last 30 years, especially in the United States. When you actually get rid of your anti-monopoly law, and we in the United States got rid of our anti-monopoly law, we de facto suspended it in the 1980s. We are only reestablishing it now. What you do is you allow the biggest of the big to rule. And that's what has happened. So it's like this is not a market economy because markets require carefully structured rules. And we have not had those rules. We just allowed rule of the big. So this is what we have. So we have a problem at home, which is the rule by monopoly, and then we have a problem abroad, which is ruled by mercantilists, as Alan was saying, ruled by the Chinese state. So we are fighting on a two-front war. We're fighting the monopolists at home, and we're fighting the mercantilists abroad. And it's one and the same fight. And actually, I would strongly urge everybody here to read the recent speech which U.S. Trade Representative Catherine Tai delivered. This was June 15th, 2023. We hosted that speech in Washington, D.C. And that speech, what it does is it brings together trade policy and competition policy in a way that is unprecedented in the last 40 years. It's really worth reading that speech. That's the foundation on which we're going to rebuild this understanding of how we beat the monopolists at home, including Google, Facebook, and Amazon, and we beat the mercantilists abroad. It's all one fight.
Yeah, and what you were saying, Alan, and picking up of what you were saying, Brent, from the very beginning, that the trade is about security. Let's not forget the example with the 5G. Okay, yeah. So that's why, in my opinion, I think the EU and US should strongly, closely collaborate on the strategic domains. Where, it's not just about the economics, but it's about the security with everything that security is covering, meaning at large, including your, the way your society is developing in terms of the democracy. Okay. So, the example with the 5G, the way the 5G, from China, they wanted to use it to practically tackle into your security system. And I'm very proud to say that, Romania again and a lot of EU countries, but we were among the first who we adopted a memorandum which we officially banned the 5G use, from Chinese companies in Romania because it was a matter of security.
It's interesting, this point about security, that it applies to so many of the markets. I mean, I say at the beginning, Barry talked about choke points. And another choke point, which I think I just use this because the statistic is kind of staggering. So, and I've now double and triple checked this, and Barry can tell me if I'm wrong, but I understand that around 90% of all of the ingredients for medicines in the world, so the chemical ingredients, 90% are produced in China. Yeah. And that is a security threat. Mm-hmm. You cannot have an authoritarian state who does not mean us well to be able to produce 90% of all the ingredients for all the medicines used on Earth. Mm-hmm. This is extremely dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, we actually were talking before about what happened, the learning about Putin's control over oil and gas and what that means. This is a lever. This is when Putin has his hand on the spigots that control the oil and gas, he has a rope around your neck. Yeah. But that is actually what China has around our necks right now because of their control over the ingredients that go in our drugs. They can turn that off tomorrow. Now, this is an area where Europe is actually in advance of the United States on policy. There has been a lot of efforts in the European, across the European Union to start to address, Macron has been very strong on this, start to address this choke pointing of capacity for the making of the ingredients that go in our drug supply. The United States has been slow on this. So this is, you should understand that there's a lot of the vanguard thinking is taking place right here. But this is something that we must address. And here's a case in which we must address the choke pointing because it's a threat to our most vital security, but at the same time, that gets into this issue of jobs. Yeah. Because we have to get those capacities, not entirely out of China, but largely out of China. But we have to put them somewhere, and then we have to staff them.
Yeah, actually, I fully agree that the EU is doing a lot, not only with this maybe lack of subsidies or European funds, but with identifying 34 critical mineral materials and benchmarks which should be achieved by 2030, meaning processing, refining and mining, okay? And also, 10% for mining, 15% for recycling, and 40-something% for processing, okay? And then EU also introduced sort of ban for import of these critical materials from the third countries, like 65%, not more, from one single country. It's still a lot, but some raw materials, also are mined only in a limited number of countries. So I think it is quite a decisive step toward, well, it's of course protectionism, but I think fully justified.
That's great.
Yeah, if I may bring a short point on, China actually, the topic of our discussion. Yeah. Also the challenges for the relations between the EU and the US, and of course China will be, but the EU approach to China, I think, will be one of the most important challenges, because right now, like you said, it's pretty good shape because of the von der Leyen. But is the approach the same in every European capital? Of course not. Compare, for example, Bucharest and Berlin, and you will have great differences or a fight even. And this may change after the European elections in 2024. And this, I think, may be some difficulty to bring the EU and the US on the same table regarding the coordination policy on China.
And that goes for the Russia as well.
No, definitely,
yeah.
But investment screening and strategic project definition of this, it seems to me this on the table for negotiation between the EU and US, so maybe it will help. But it depends, of course, it depends on the election.
Can I just see if we've got any questions from the audience? I'd rather go for the questions from the audience. Does anyone have any questions? The lady in the white.
There is one, I think.
There's a microphone, I think, coming. Give your name and institution if you have one, sir.
My name is Antonia Pup. Yeah, I hope it's working now.
Yeah, it is now, yeah.
My name is Antonia Pup, and I'm part of the Future Leaders Forum at the Riga Conference, but I come from Romania. Yeah. My question is regarding the European Union position on China, and namely, I'm talking about critical technologies and the fact that even though in our discourses, we seem to have a very staunch approach on China's involvement in our critical infrastructures. In reality, EU just launched its list of critical technologies. 5G is not among them. We do not have a consensus at the European Union level when it comes to technologies that are at risk, and 5G is, of course, one of the examples in that regard. And my question is, how can we really put more pressure on the European Union's leadership to see the way that the economy and the security are so much intertwined right now, and what clear policy can we advance towards that? Is like having a foreign investment screening mechanism, proposed at the European Union or for the European Union's member states, one that can be inspired from US, a type of policy we can use, or perhaps you have other ideas that can be proposed? Thank you.
Okay, does anyone want to look at that? Shall we, perhaps Ina and then Barry?
Well, just a very quick reaction. Actually, you ask how to put pressure on the European Union, but European Union and all, institutions are taking decisions based on the member states. So you should put the pressure on your member state, on your governments. It depends on elections. It depends on negotiations. You know, European Commission is acting on behalf of consensus between the member states. So it's quickly.
Barry? No.
Actually, I've spent a lot of time in Brussels engaging with directly with a number of the DGs there, and there's a choke point problem in Europe and European politics. It's like a lot of the DGs are not actually listening to the member states. If you look on some tech policy, where Germany is, where France is, it's like DG Comp is way behind. When it comes to trade policy, DG Trade way behind. So there's a choke point problem here, a political choke point, which is that the DGs in Europe, not all of them, but DG Comp, DG Trade, they're still run by neoliberals. They're still run by people who are thinking the way Reagan was thinking in the 1980s, or the way Clinton was thinking in the 1990s. That is a major problem for Europe, and it's like there's a new commission coming up, and it's like now is the time to be demanding that the new commission moves towards the new thinking, which is really the old thinking when it comes to trade, when it comes to competition, and when it comes to security. Now is the time to do it, and this is something where every one of you can actually, they're supposed to listen to you. You got to make them listen. Drive the neoliberals out of Brussels. Tomorrow, Thierry Breton, I think, is speaking here. Thierry Breton he's on the right side on this. He needs your help.
Okay, Anna.
Great question. Foarte bună întrebare. Mulțumesc frumos. A couple of points. Firstly, yes, you're right, in theory. But likewise, in too many examples, unfortunately, the interests of the national, so certain member states were pushed at the EU level, and that's, in my opinion, I think is becoming very dangerous. Of course, you are promoting the interests of your member state, of your state. But likewise, when it comes to the EU, I think on the strategic domains, on the security domains, we should have the interest of the EU at heart, because otherwise things can go off track quite easily, especially that is fueling the upcoming extremists and the populists you see it rising in all the countries, including in my own country. And that's why my worry, and I'm looking to you especially in the room, to really fight hard to not have a very populist turnout as a result of the upcoming EU elections. I am a little bit worried about, the upcoming EU election, because I saw it in the fight of the taxonomy. For the ones that you are not familiar, briefly, taxonomy was a big fight where you practically included gas and nuclear to be helped with certain financial tools that will make it competitive, okay? And I never saw, in my political life, I saw quite a few disinformation campaign, manipulation, and so on and so forth. I never saw one so big until the very final vote, because Putin and his gang, and I can say it on the record, couldn't give up to not let go of the energy. And it was a big fight. We won it. That was something, but every single vote counted. So yes, you are very right that I think, and in my opinion, at the EU level, on the strategic domains, you should leave aside just your immediate interest as a member state and to look overall, because in the end of the day, it's paying off for everybody. And I can salute, for example, one decision that was taken by the Commission, where it allowed the member states to come up with the mix on the energy according to the realities on the ground of the member states. Because, for example, in Romania, I can wish to have energy from solar, okay? But guess what? It's not the same amount of the solar in Romania that is in Greece or in Spain or in Portugal. So that's another concrete example where I think it was quite good wisdom at the Commission.
Okay, can I just give the last minute or so to Barry? Do you have any kind of sort of recommendations for the European Union in trade? What they should do?
Well, I'd say, two, actually. I think it's, first recommendation would be, when you're dealing with the United States, is not to push the United States to go slower, it's to push the United States to go faster. The faster the United States goes, the faster Europe gets to go, the faster we all get to a place where we have true security, and the kind of security that actually helps us, ensures that we don't have the kind of problems we saw with the COVID. We don't have the kind of supply chain problems we saw with semiconductors as last year. We don't have this threat of Putin turning off the crank or the PRC turning off the crank of semiconductors. We cannot live with those kind of threats. Push the United States to go much faster, much further. Second, understand that what we're doing here is we're moving back towards a system, an open world system. We can, if we do this with a vision, we can actually build a system that is not just good for the United States and Europe and Japan, just G7 nations, industrial democracies. We can build a system that works for South Africa and India and Brazil and Indonesia and Vietnam. It's like doing this right, actually, we end up with a world system that brings the people of the world back together to allow us to work and fight together against the truly great challenges of our time, which have to do with climate and have to do with sustainability.
Thank you very much, and thank you for the whole panel. Thanks very much. That's very perfect.
Time was flying, though.
Sorry?
Time was flying.
Time was really flying, yeah.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Riga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine.
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one-of-a-kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do what? Do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Rīga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Rīga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Rīga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vinette Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, to do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Riga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Green, affordable energy, independence and security. Can you reach all those goals at once? Europe is facing a lot of challenges today. CO2 emissions, war in Ukraine, dependence on the fossil fuels. We need to solve all these issues at once. Our next generations will not forgive us if we are hesitating and not acting today. Latvenergo is one of the leading green energy producers in Europe already. However, our ambitions are much higher. We want to reduce our fossil dependence and also build new renewable energy to reduce our dependence on the imported energy. This will increase our security and also make green energy affordable for our society. We are ready to reach all these three goals altogether, but we need to be brave and act today.
My name is Julian Lindley French, and I have the honour to attend the 2023 Riga Conference. This conference, quite simply, is the jewel in the crown of European security conferences. On the front line of freedom and at the cutting edge of technology, this year will be no different as Europe faces more threats than at any time since the end of World War II. Free Europe, defending it. That is our mission. That is the mission of this conference, which I highly commend to you. I'll see you in Riga. Thanks very much.
Dear friends and organizers of the Rīga Conference, today, defense industries from all across the alliance has been gathered together in the first International Defense Industries Forum in Kiev. And our Secretary General of NATO, Mr. Stoltenberg, just said encouraging words that basically our courage is not enough to stop the drones, and our patriotism and heroism can't stop the missiles. I believe that Riga Conference is one of the strongest event and most wanted event of the year will gather together both decision makers, opinion leaders, industry, create network of trust to do more, do things to build capability for our defense forces. Let's meet in Riga. Let's share ideas. Let's make our Europe strong again. Slava Ukraine!
Hi, I'm Vineta Kleine, and I started in the defense sector over 2 decades ago, first as a communication officer in the Latvian Armed Forces and then in the ministry. Later I joined the staff of NATO in the Western Balkans, and now, since a few years, I coordinate its public diplomacy effort in Ukraine. NATO's Women, Peace and Security agenda is a special interest of mine. So, at the Riga Conference, I'll join the panel on Women in Combat. I will especially focus on the preconditions and enabling factors needed to ensure women's full and effective service in the armed forces.
The Rīga Conference is one of a kind forum in the region to discuss security issues that affect our transatlantic community. As NATO Secretary General Special Representative for Women, Peace and Security, my roles and responsibilities include promoting women's leadership in security matters on a daily basis. I'm therefore pleased to see that the role of women has been raised to the center stage at this year's Riga Conference. I look forward to take part in the special event on women's leadership in turbulent times. See you in Riga.
Good evening. Thank you for finding time this evening to be here. This side event is organized in cooperation with Rīga Conference, of course. Is organized by the Baltic Initiative on European Reform, which is a new initiative for fostering discussion in the Baltic states about EU enlargement and EU reform. And we're also grateful to the French Embassy in Latvia for supporting this event and also supporting the participation of a representative of the French MFA. As you know, the question of EU enlargement is very topical also because most probably in December we will hear a decision about the opening of accession negotiations with Ukraine and Moldova. At least that's what the tea leaves seem to say at the moment. And this discussion has been very intense for a while in the think tanks and in ministries and governments of EU countries, but not so much in societies of the European Union member states. I think it's time that we in the Baltics started having this discussion also in wider society and having these discussions also with our partners from candidate countries, not just from Ukraine and Moldova, but also from other candidate countries in the Western Balkans. But today, the focus is on us, on the Baltics. What do we stay to gain? What do we stay to win as part of Europe, but also as ourselves from this transformation which Europe is facing, which is partly, of course, the transformation which is needed in the face of geopolitical challenges, but also a more resilient Europe for the future, which holds other challenges which we are not yet discussing so much. And today with me I have the representatives of four different organizations. We start with think tankers. There is Jan Bond from Center for European Reform, which has offices both in London and in Brussels. And Jan has been, of course, an ambassador of the UK, once here in Latvia, but he's now been in the Center for European Reform for many years, and he's an expert on this topic. Justinas Mickus from Strata, which is a think tank in Lithuania, has also been active in various European policy debates for a while and has a good knowledge also of how EU institutions work internally. Jānis Bērziņš is the head of EU department at the Latvian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Etienne Renevazon is the head of European department at the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You also see their background here on the slides. And I'll be very happy to chair this discussion. I'm Maria Golubeva of the Baltic Initiative on European Reform. So to start, I'd like to set the stage by asking some very brief questions, and that is something for the speaker to answer first, but then I hope to have a discussion including also the audience. We have 1 hour We can overstay it by apparently 5 minutes, but let's try to be very brief. The question is, of course, how realistic are the expectations that enlargement and EU reform will happen in the foreseeable future, and what are the minimum requirements for it to be both possible and useful? Because we don't want any process for its sake. We want it for the sake of making Europe more resilient, a stronger actor. We want it for the sake of having Ukraine as part of Europe, giving it a European future, having Moldova as part of Europe, giving it a European future, and other countries that aspire to this and that have been long in this process of accession. But we also have to be realistic about what we need to do for that to be possible. And it's not a technical process, it's a political process, because it's about us agreeing on what we want for Europe and what we want for our member states in Europe and for the candidate states. So that is how I would frame this discussion. And I think it's the time I open the floor for our speakers. So we have about 7 to 8 minutes for the speakers to make their intervention, and then we'll discuss. I'd like to start with my colleague from Lithuania, because the Baltic perspective is represented by him in this case. So Justinas Mickas, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very, very much. I hope I don't monopolize the Baltic perspective. I know we have a Latvian colleague as well, but and I don't want to speak on behalf of Lithuania or to have my comments, understood as the official state position. I am, as mentioned, a think tanker. I work for the Lithuanian Government Strategic Analysis Center, but also various other European research centers. And so my comments will be a little bit think tanky. They will be a little bit maybe broader than some of the very specific and quite technical debates about, the institutional setup, whether there should be a trio or a quintet of rotating presidencies, or, to what extent should we expand the scope of the passerelle clauses. In similar discussions that we've had on EU enlargement and institutional reform in Lithuania, that I had a chance to participate, that main headline was, and maybe Janis will know, was when there's a will, there's a way. That was the main consensus among the Baltic states, the Nordic states, rather the representatives, the experts from those countries, as well as Poland and Germany who participated. And I believe it, but I think that's sometimes a little bit too trivially defined. This, when there's a will, there's a way, as if it's, we look into the 27 plus institutional leaders that we have, and if they have the will, they will power through. No, I think that political will does not arise from anywhere in a democratic society, and it's constrained by real domestic factors. And I think the minimum condition for a successful and meaningful enlargement and reform agenda has to, well, it boils down to the question of how to manage these domestic constraints and how to work with the domestic enablers that help, propose this agenda of both enlargement and reform. And I see a couple of main concerns that constrain various EU policymakers in various member states. And one of them is, of course, the constraint that relates to the concern about the future of the key European values as we expand to the East and the Southeast, and specifically how we uphold, given the somewhat unfortunate experience with a couple of previous enlargement member states, how we uphold the union of values in the enlarged union. So I think that a minimum condition, and that's I think a very real constraint, even though it shouldn't be overstated, because for the two cases of grave concern, or up until now 2 cases of grave concern, Hungary and Poland, there have been many new EU member states that have successfully managed to consolidate their democracy further. In the whole narrative of democratic deconsolidation, such factors as institutional setups of electoral policies and crisis events such as the financial crisis are super important, that are hard to replicate or hard to project immediately onto the new candidate countries. But these are real constraints. So I do think that the centrality of our commitment to our values, the rule of law, democracy, free elections, freedom of speech, etc., is, it's corresponding to a real demand across the states, as well as it is a strategic choice for us to make, because committing to them, placing them front and center, demanding that these deep and real reforms from our candidate countries is actually a very helpful tool to make the enlargement a sustained success. And to the extent that we can also, in the mobilization of enlargement, expand some of the EU's own laws and institutions to better protect the rule of law and other values. I think that's the first step. But the second step, I think, and the other key domestic constraint, I think, that I think explains many of the more specific concerns about the future of the EU budget, maybe brain drain migration, uncontrolled or hard to control surges of various goods that would be imported from the newly accepted EU member states. I think that all boils down to economic security in many ways. To some extent maybe cultural and identitarian security, but by and large economic security. And so when thinking about what we can do to manage the domestic constraints and enable the domestic sort of proponents for enlargement, I think that we can come up with a positive case for enlargement and reform by centering on economic security agenda, but not only as conceived currently in the EU, which is primarily geoeconomically, geostrategically, quite large top-down vision of economic security, but also the social dimension and really arguably the traditional dimension of economic security. What I mean by that is that there are a lot of potential winners in enlarging the EU in the existing incumbent economic actors, and I think you can make a very strong case for the centrality of Ukraine as well as the Western Balkans, the investment in those regions that would be greatly improved by the enlargement, as critical to the digital and green transition, securing thereof, but also economic security and reducing our dependencies and increasing our capacity to act, that is by now, I think, quite widely agreed upon, even though not by consensus, European agenda for the future. So you can sell it to the key large incumbents that sometimes now are concerned about their positions, their relative competitiveness in the enlarged union. And at the same time, of course, you have the European consumers, the current, the consumers in the existing member states that would stand to benefit, that can, be promised the new and expanded single market that can only be mobilized further if you tie it with economic security, and if you do reforms that meaningfully enhance the human level, household level economic security in the existing member states. So I think that the debate about the potential for enlargement and reform should really go straight to these political discussions, and on those then we build the institutional choices and architecture of the EU in the future. And I think the Baltics have a really strong voice in this regard, because with the prospect of enlargement and with the prospect of the economic security agenda taking hold in the EU, they stand to gain quite a lot if indeed the Central Eastern European, Eastern neighborhood and Western Balkan regions are newly interconnected in a newly integrated EU that expands massive potential for supply chain remodeling in Europe and beyond, connectivity projects that expand our horizons for competitiveness, for business, but also, again, as I said, for consumer opportunities. And we see that it's also in line with some of our broader, deeper, long-standing concerns about geopolitical security that is now increasingly intertwined with economic questions, as we see, especially with the rise of US-China EU economic competition. So I do think that here the Baltics can drive the case forward, go to the political debates and the distributional debates beyond the institutional questions, and only assess the institutional dilemmas after and as derivative of the underlying tensions and trade-offs between interests among the domestic coalitions of the EU.
Thank you. This was concise and very interesting, and I think it's a good point at which to start having this discussion also with our colleagues who are responsible in their respective government institutions for joining this debate. So, Etienne Renevazon, the floor is yours. What's the French take on this?
Thank you very much, Maya, and first of all, pleasure to be here with you tonight. I try to jump on what the Lithuanian colleague said and also answer to some of your questions with characteristic French humility. Because the first question is, of course, the conditions for enlargement and reforms to happen, and possibly in a meaningful way. Seen from Paris, I cannot emphasize enough the fact that February 24th, 2022 represented a sea change in the way we look at enlargement. This was said by President Macron in his speech in Bratislava a few months ago, but this is true in various, in a holistic way of seeing at enlargement and various EU policies. So first of all, I think enlargement will happen. The President Macron said so. It's not if, it's not when, it's how. And I think it was also repeated 2 weeks ago at the Granada summit, where leaders emphasized this perspective. At the same time, it still has to be merit-based. This is very important in order to prepare member states, candidate countries, but also prepare our union to be fit for enlargement and stronger together. What does it mean in practice? From our point of view, it means that first, we have to think in terms of political priorities, and only after in terms of governance or institutional reforms. And it means that at the stage we are in, and there I converge with our Lithuanian colleague, we have to set a political horizon together, the current EU member states and and candidate countries, in order to agree on what kind of enlarged EU we would like to see in a certain number of years when we will enlarge. And it means agreeing possibly on a strategic agenda, but probably going beyond what is the formal strategic agenda, which leaders will discuss in June next year, right after the European elections. But from a French perspective, this political horizon would probably be based on what leaders agreed 18 months ago, right after Russia's war against Ukraine in Versailles, meaning most of all reducing dependencies in terms of security, energy, and focusing and building a more sovereign Europe. And focusing also on economic security, just as it was said a few minutes ago. This is the kind of political agenda we would like to see for the coming years and for an enlarged EU, meaning converging on that, and after that, asking ourselves how can we tackle these challenges through a more efficient union. Because there, I think we have to face the question that at 35, we don't think the EU will be quicker to react or to decide. And most of all, the implementation of our decisions and legislation will also be more difficult. So how to overcome this issue? We cannot pretend that nothing has to change. It can be within the current institutional setup. It can be with a modified setup. We'll see. We're not focused primarily on that. We don't think that governance is the first question to address. But still, we have to be probably more efficient and also avoid perhaps unfortunate experience we have seen in the last few years, especially on rule of law issues within the EU, and avoid backsliding in that regard in a future and broader EU. Having said that, what's in for the Baltics? I've seen from Paris a lot. Since February 24th was a Zeitenwende for us as regard enlargement too. It also showed the merit of reducing external dependencies. This, what we call in Paris, the Versailles agenda. I think you would have a lot to gain, but I'm an external actor, of course, in this geo-economic strategic discussion that we want to have for the future EU. Second, in the global troubled time we live in, I think having a more resilient and active EU on a global stage at 30 plus member states is in our collective interest to have a certain weight in global discussions in front of former empires or other global and sometimes and very often imperialistic actors. I think the Baltics can also have a very constructive role in that discussion, combining together the concrete prospect of an enlarged EU, which you've always supported, but also the need to have a more efficient and perhaps more democratic EU in a decade or so, by emphasizing precisely this, the need to converge on certain political priorities that I just mentioned on economic security, reducing dependencies. This is especially true because one of the actors we will probably keep facing in the near future is obviously Russia, and having a stronger EU, even enlarged to Ukraine, is in our collective interest, but for that we need to be stronger, more resilient and more efficient. This is a point you can make within the EU, but also with other third partners. Another aspect you could be also, where you could also be very constructive is working on the substance of the internal reform we need. Not too much, perhaps, but especially I think about policies. Having a EU at 35 member states means also facing difficult questions in terms of internal policies. And there we need all member states to have the figures right, to look specifically at what aspect of policies we need to reform seriously as soon as possible so that we are fit for the enlargement negotiation that will take some time. In a nutshell, for us, enlargement means and is designed to have a stronger EU, but for enlargement to be successful, we already need to have a stronger EU because for enlargement to be a success, a stronger EU is also a necessity. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. A lot of food for thought there as well. And I'd like then to continue with Jānis Bērziņš from the Latvian MFA.
Thank you, Maria. I like what you said initially. Where there is a will, there is a way. So the question is always, what do we want? And first and foremost, we want a stronger geostrategic Europe as a global actor. We also want a bigger single market. We also want stability on the continent, which can be achieved if our inner relations are based on rule of law, our differences are settled at the negotiation table, and, if need be, in a court. This is what we want. So EU enlargement can be meaningful in itself, and I would argue that it can also happen irrespective of reform. Being honest, the two are combined due to the nature of the prospective states for enlargement themselves, not because of enlargement as such. If we were to contemplate, for example, a new candidate country like Norway, Switzerland, Iceland, Andorra, Liechtenstein, or United Kingdom, as candidate countries, I mean, they're not applying, but if they would, right, we would not have a debate on reform, we would not have concerns, because these countries simply share the values we have, and we know instinctively that they are part of us. We saw that when Iceland started to have negotiations. The tempo at which it happened, 2008, was very, very quick, because there was no concern, can we absorb them or not? So what it comes down to, and there was also no debate on the numbers of member states, because it can go beyond 30. There's not much difference if it's 27 or 35 at the negotiation table. However, we face the perspective of other countries that are different in their culture and their base values. So the first minimum enlargement criteria, at least for me, is making sure that candidate countries meet European standards for such values as freedom, rule of law, of course, democracy, corruption, equality, openness, and tolerance. These are the things that we value as the basis for our union, that we want to maintain also in the future. However, broad EU reform is optional, because we can do it also without it. We can talk about it, but I don't see it as a necessary condition for enlargement as such. Our main focus should be on making EU policies better and adjust them to reflect new realities, while maintaining the key goals for the future of the EU in its geostrategic positioning and economic development. At the end of that road, the EU should become stronger, and we can talk about what that actually entails. However, you are both right in terms of, because of our instinctive hesitance when it comes to the nature of these countries, we will need to sell enlargement. And it is exactly this and the complicated national procedures in some member states that keeps me worried. It's the potential for backsliding in values in candidate countries as they upgrade their values that keeps me up at night. So these are the basic issues for me first and foremost. How do we safeguard our values in the future?
Thank you very much. This was a very interesting intervention. I immediately found some points with which I wouldn't agree, but it's not my role here. So I will hand the floor over to Jan Bond from the Center for European Reform. And after that, I hope we still have a little bit of a discussion. Jan, the floor is yours.
Great. Thank you very much, Maria. So I think this is a very interesting discussion. It's very interesting for me as a Brit to be on this stage at all. I would love to think that one day we will be back in the enlargement queue, although it seems rather unlikely at the moment. But it does strike me actually that you're rather too optimistic in saying we wouldn't need any reform in that case. Because one thing about the British is that we were never afraid to wield our veto. Now, I think that there are some countries among the current group of candidates who might be more problematic in that sense, who might want to yield a veto. But I think there are also a number of countries which actually, perhaps rather like the Baltic states back in the day, would be more inclined to want to show that they were good European citizens. And I think the question is, first, how do you encourage the applicant countries to focus on that? And secondly, how do you keep that in place even after they have joined? One of the problems that we saw with the 2004 and subsequent enlargements was that EU conditionality was extremely effective up to the very moment where countries joined the EU. And at that moment, you had a certain freedom to depart from EU norms and values, which some countries, one or two at least, certainly exploited. Now, I thought that cooperative verification mechanisms that were put in place with Bulgaria and Romania were actually quite a positive model and have had some good effects. Then it was dropped for Croatia. I'm not quite sure why, but it seems to me that that sort of thing might be quite important in the next rounds of enlargement. But I think there's sort of a prior question that needs to be, I mean, in some ways I think Jānis did actually allude to this, which is not so much about what are the upsides or downsides of EU reform, but what are the upsides or downsides of enlargement. And it does seem to me that getting rid of grey zones in Europe is a massive strategic benefit to all of the existing members of the EU, to other European countries like my own, but also obviously to the candidate countries. And I think it's worth thinking about whether the price that you pay in the efficiency of decision making in the EU is nonetheless worth it in those terms. I would say that it is. I mean, I think if we had responded more positively to Ukraine's interest in EU membership some time ago, we might have had more influence on the internal political developments in Ukraine, looking back a decade or more. And we might already have eliminated the grey zone that encouraged Putin to move in. I've spent quite a lot of time over the last 18 months saying that nothing provokes Vladimir Putin as much as weakness. It's not our strength that provokes, it's our weakness. And I think leaving countries in the grey zone has been a big mistake. Okay, I can see that we're relatively short on time. I will say a little bit about reform. So the first is, I think it's incredibly important that we do not let it become an alibi for not enlarging. There is always that temptation, and to some extent I would say that's been the case and the curse for the Western Balkans, that you had a number of countries that said, well, we really can't move anywhere on this until we have done something about our own processes. And that tends to freeze the grey zone indefinitely. I think we need to look at the potential in the existing treaties, because there is quite a lot of potential. You can actually move quite a lot of decision-making to a qualified majority basis in the very few remaining areas where it's still based on unanimity, without having to revise the treaty. And to the extent that in order to revise a treaty, not only do you have to achieve unanimity in the Council, but you also have, in many countries these days, certainly in some rather large countries, including, I presume, France, you would have to have a referendum. I think there's a lot to be said for trying to find ways forward within the framework of the existing treaties. I mean, if you take the common foreign and security policy, which is an area that I've spent a lot of my time one way or another dealing with, not just in the think tank sense, but also as a practitioner, there's quite a lot that you can do through constructive abstention, through coalitions of the willing, through permanent structured cooperation in the defence area, that you don't have to revise the treaty to achieve, and that would enable countries to opt in and opt out as they were ready, as the rest of the EU was ready for them. So I would definitely look in that area. I think it really is time that we activate the thing which has been out there since the Treaty of Lisbon on reducing the size of the Commission. Again, you don't need a new treaty. You basically need a vote in the European Council to activate the provisions of the Lisbon Treaty that would reduce the number of commissioners to I think it would be 2/3 of the membership. And some people say, well, this is politically completely unacceptable. And yet the countries that are in the Eurozone manage to operate a system for governors of the European Central Bank, which means that some of the time, some countries, including quite major countries, don't have a governor on the board of or a director on the board of the European Central Bank. So the one area that I see as a big practical problem is the money. And I think that's something that you really do have to confront. Because whatever happens, Ukraine in particular is going to come out of this war in need of an enormous amount of economic reconstruction. And that money will have to come from somewhere. And in an EU context, it means that some countries that have got used to being recipients of EU funding will in fact find themselves as net contributors, unless some who are already net contributors contribute an awful lot more. And it seems to me that is the one big practical stumbling block that I can see. But the rest of it, I think you can overcome relatively easily.
Thank you very much. This was also very insightful. I will exploit now my position as the moderator to ask the first question, and then obviously it's time for us to discuss among ourselves and with the audience. So my question is, I'll be a little bit provocative. It seems that in this group there is no difference of opinion regarding the need for enlargement, and all the reasons were cited: economic security, reducing the dependence, the need to consolidate Europe geopolitically and make it more resilient and stronger. But when it comes to reform, we do have a very broad diversity of opinions in this group. So my question is, it all sounds very convincing that we can still go on, we just need to agree on some technical issues and then we can go on, and governance is not central. Other things are more central. We have, first of all, to have a will and to be sure what we want. But nevertheless, we see that, for example, in the worries that Jānis Bērziņš has voiced, that we're thinking about countries that might backslide potentially in the future if there are no criteria in terms of culture. And I would like to argue that it's not so much culture we should be worried about, but governance, good governance and bad governance we should be worried about. I mean, did Hungarian culture change so much between the 1990s and today? I don't think so. But the modus of governing has changed, and therefore in Europe there are worries about backsliding on rule of law, so and some monopolization of other powers. So I think there is a point at which we actually will be forced to look once again at governance as the central issue in making Europe more resilient. And then whether the technical solutions, such as the majority agreeing on qualified majority voting in some cases, whether those will be enough or we will need a more substantial discussion, as Ivan Krastev mentioned somewhere recently. We need to look at a transformation rather than just enlargement and reform of Europe. So do you agree or disagree? And I would be particularly interested maybe to hear Jānis and Jan in this case, because you both expressed some skepticism about the need for reform. So it's a challenge to you in a way.
Okay. I wonder where I should start. I'm going to start by saying, first and foremost, the EU is neither sick nor inefficient. It has been an extremely successful organization in overachieving its goal. Its initial goal for achieving peace in the continent, its secondary goal on building a single market, and where we are now is in a phase since approximately 2004 where we are trying to decide what to do next.
But global competition has sharpened since then.
The what?
Global competition.
Well, many things have changed since then. And what we disagree on, and what we often mislabel as a governance issue, is our disagreement or where we want to go next. There are some member states that say we want a more federal union. There's a majority that says they are very happy with the current balance. And then there are a few that say they want less Europe. They want a more nationalistic approach to their own interests and protect their own interests and not the common interest. It's maybe not a change of culture in itself, but it is a change in the mood of the society in these countries on what they value above all, themselves or their involvement in a bigger project. And this is where we're coming from, that we need to find a common basis on which to operate. Because that is what is stopping us right now. It's not the nature of how we take decisions, but about our disagreements on how we want to live together in the future.
Thanks. Jan, do you have points to add to that?
I mean, I very largely agree with that. I think that there's one thing that I would say, which is it's not about so much the culture of Hungary. It's about the culture of the rest of the EU. It seems to me that at the beginning of the problems that we had with Orban, there were a lot of organizations in Hungary itself raising red flags and saying, you need to pay attention to the erosion of the independence of the judiciary, the freedom of the media, the crony capitalism, and so on. And I'll be extremely blunt. Led by Angela Merkel, the EPP protected Viktor Orban for year after year after year, when it was very obvious that he was fundamentally undermining the institutions, the independent institutions in Hungary. Now, it doesn't matter what mechanisms you have in place, if on your own side you're undermining them, you have a problem. So, if we think we're going to have problems down the road with Serbia or indeed Ukraine or somewhere else, you do actually have quite a lot of mechanisms already to tackle those problems, but you have to be willing to use them. If your political leaders think, well, having another EPP country in our family is more important than whether that country is actually abiding by European norms and standards, you're in deep trouble.
Indeed, indeed. Etienne, do you have something to respond to that?
Actually, I largely agree with what has been said. I might start, I completely agree with what you said about avoiding any alibi for not enlarging. Institutional discussion is not about finding any alibi to avoid enlargement. And I agree also that a lot is possible within the current setup. The Lisbon Treaty is and has been very flexible. There are a lot of articles that are not, and provisions that are not used. I wouldn't start, though, by reducing the size of the Commission, even if I might agree that it's needed. I don't think it's politically feasible in the short term. But I might a bit disagree when we say it has always, or overachieved always. Over the long run, since the 50s, yes, I see many internal policies or even external policies where the shortcomings are huge. I agree it's not necessarily due to governance issue, and we have seen that for instance, migration policy being decided by QMV is not the solution to the political disagreement among member states. Exactly. I completely agree, and it's very possible, very even perhaps likely, that having QMV in foreign policy will lead to the same result, meaning even less successful implementation or less ownership of decisions. That I agree, and that's precisely why we don't think that institutional reforms has to be center staged or first in the discussion. But still, there are some areas, for instance, for the French perspective as regards taxation, where some institutional reform would be beneficial for the functioning of the single market, for the level playing field. It's not key for selling enlargement, but it would be positive. But the bottom line still is, and you mentioned public opinion, and we will have elections, that we need to convince public opinion about the need, the necessity of the future enlargement. And for that to happen, I wouldn't start by the institutional discussion. I would even avoid it in the first place, and rather start by the political horizon we want to look at, and to where do we want to be in at the end of the next decade in an enlarged EU. And there, yes, I agree, we don't need absolutely to have institutional reform in the first place.
Great. So starting with the vision and proceeding from there, which is a good principle of strategy building. We have a few questions sent online. I think I'll take one of them, and then I'll open the floor to the audience to have some questions here. So I think the question, which is specifically centered on the Baltic states, is for how can the Baltic states play a pivotal role in shaping the pathway for new enlargement, and what are the positions of strength or weakness? What, as the author of this question asked, what are the Baltic bargaining chips? Does anyone feel like taking this? Well, if nobody does, then
Sure, why not? Pivotal role. As a dear friend of mine, who's French, by the way, said last week, we like you, Baltic states, because you are the serious guys about enlargement. This is the pivotal role we can play. When we talk enlargement, we don't talk about placards or phrases. We try to look at the thing rationally and deliberately, very deep, and maybe beyond just political considerations, but also what it actually means and what are the 2-3 steps behind it and underlying issues. And when it comes to bargaining chips, I'm very glad to see around the table in Brussels, for example, that we don't need to bargain for enlargement. Enlargement is not for the Baltics, it's for the Europe as a whole.
Thank you, that's a great answer. Does anyone, yes. So first Mr. Jägermanis, and then the gentleman in the second row. Just a moment, the microphone is arriving. And I would ask all speakers from the audience to introduce themselves.
Yes, my name is Gints Jägermanis. I am with the Institute of International Affairs here in Riga. I have an observation and a comment and a question. The observation, very sophisticated discussion, but from looking from the outside, I can understand why people in Moscow and in Beijing are lost when we listen to these conversations. That's just an observation. The comment and question, gray zones and political horizon was mentioned. How can we ensure the enlargement in the Balkan region, in which there is one particular player which does not want to belong? That would be my question. Serbia.
Yes, do you mind if I take 2 questions and then we proceed? So the gentleman in the second row. Yes. Sorry, it's here. It's here, yes.
Hello, my name is Evgen Popov. I'm from Ukraine, and I want to ask, first of all, I want to thank everybody for supporting Ukraine, and it's very important thing for us. But it's the question for all panelists who want to answer. But during the discussion, I heard that we're assuming that the situation with war will be the same like it now, and unfortunately, it can last for many years, for 2 years. And for example, how you ready for your perspective? Because when we speak about values, it's not about words, it's actions. What values can we share to do something in perspective if the war will continue for 2 years, if you will receive 10 million more migrants or refugees or people migrating from other parts of the world, not only from Ukraine. The second one option for this, that as I see for now, the anti-EU candidates and politicians, they're rising in elections, and probably they will be elected, and we will receive new Hungary inside the EU. So how you see this in long-term perspective? Because right now, these debates about anti-corruption values and something like that, it's very important, but at least it's the action. What the action the EU doing to prevent this? Because if the war will last for many years more and anti-EU pessimistic candidates will be elected, it will be the tragedy for whole EU. Thank you.
All right, so we'll start with the Western Balkans, and then we go to the internal EU backlash about against enlargement. So does anyone here, Jan, do you feel like taking the Western Balkans question?
I was going to avoid the Western Balkans and actually take the second question, but
I see. Justinas, may I ask you then?
I mean, I can answer, but in a fairly general way. I think I'm no expert of the region, but it seems that to the extent that there is a risk with a specific one country in the Western Balkans, still you maintain your strategy anchored in the no regrets moves that you take under any scenario, which is in which case it's a mixture of a strict conditionality, rewards for observable progress, and there is some a set of carrots, which I think there's plenty of room for, that would, I think, embed to some extent the more pro-European economic and societal actors, strengthen them within Serbia, I think, as I understand your point, and you adjust the situation as it goes. I think this is a timeline of 10 or so years. I don't think that there's a timestamp 2023 answer that will remain steadily accurate. However, there are some moves that I think are correct to start with, and then adjust based on how the situation evolves.
Thank you, and I think Etienne is going to add something on the Western Balkans.
Which is a challenge, to be honest, but still, because this is indeed perhaps the most difficult region when we speak about enlargement, right now at least. It might be odd to say so in the middle of the war, Russian war against Ukraine, but still, because this is precisely where we have witnessed the enlargement fatigue, both from many EU member states, but also a lot within the region and by the government in place. I think part of the answer is probably only short-term, but still valid, which is investing more. And I think the Commission is about to elaborate and specify a bit the investment and growth plan for the region in the next few days. We should see fresh money flowing to the region as part of the next, the rest of the multi-annual financial framework. This is important. This is by no means secondary. Second, also granting gradual access to the single market or certain policies might be part of the answer in order to incentivize more governments in the region to on their path to the EU and to keep reforming the years ahead. It's not easy because the enlargement fatigue is also concerning public opinion in the region. But I don't see in the short term a lot of different answers because we cannot just abandon the merits-based approach, including for their own benefit, because joining the single market can be a huge shock. And in the longer term, of course, stability will not only come from joining the EU, but also has to rely on solving many of the conflicts within the region, Serbia, Kosovo, but also the very framework of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which is obviously a huge challenge.
Thank you. And we go now to anti-European and anti-enlargement backlash possible in the EU due to migration, so-called war fatigue, and other tendencies and risks. Jan, you wanted to answer that.
Yeah. So I'll take the second part of your question first, which is about the rise of anti-EU candidates. I mean, to a certain extent, but we've just seen with the Polish elections that that is not a universal trend. I mean, if I can claim some benefit for Brexit, one of the benefits is actually that it has persuaded a lot of previously anti-European politicians in Europe to moderate their language. Now, I'm not saying that, were Marine Le Pen to become the next president of France, she would be an easy partner for others in the EU to work with. But it's very noticeable that she and Giorgia Meloni and others, since Brexit, have focused on, we need to reform, but we're not talking about leaving any longer. So, maybe we've done some good through the catastrophes of Brexit. I mean, the migration factor, yeah, it is important. And I think one of the problems is that mainstream politicians have not really tried to craft any narrative other than we will also crack down on migration. It's not very politically easy to make the case, but the reality is we can't stop it whether we want to or not. I mean, if there is, a further upsurge in fighting in Ukraine, which God forbid, but if there is, and, we get a new wave of migrants from Ukraine, are Europeans going to close their borders to that? I don't think so.
Probably not, indeed. And thank you very much. I would think we still have time for 2 questions, but no more. And I would ask both the questions and the answers to be very short. There's a gentleman who's been waiting in the second row of this section. And after that, Iveta Kajuka on this side.
Good evening, Roman Kowalczuk, Warsaw-based East European Strategic Forum. I have questions to Mr. René Vosson. So the first one, I will be brief. So the first one, in August this year, the Congress of Belarusian Democratic Opposition issued a statement that the ultimate goal for Belarusian democratic forces is Belarus EU membership. First question, isn't, in your opinion, Belarus still perceived as a legitimate Russia's sphere of influence by French political elites?
Thank you. I think that's a big question, so we'll maybe step on that. And Iveta Kajuka, please.
Hello, I'm director of Latvia-based think tank Providus, and my question is, how are we going to make European Union geopolitically stronger if we are not really willing to think about in-depth reforms?
Thank you very much. That's a huge one. Any takers? for the Belarus? Well, actually, Etienne, you don't have a choice about the Belarus question because of the author of the question. So,
I think I respectfully disagree with the use of Russian sphere of influence. That's something I think we should not, and it's perhaps one of the mistakes in French foreign policy, that it was perhaps too often used, and I would no longer even think in that terms for the future, and so by no means about Belarus. And so I wouldn't think in that terms at all. Thinking about, does it belong to Russian sphere of influence? I don't want, our goal is that Belarus is able to decide sovereign of its future in a sovereign way, and our hope is for a democratic future. That's our goal, and we don't want to think in terms of Russian sphere of influence at all. That would be the bottom line.
Thank you. Thank you. And as I understand, Justinas would like to comment on the other question.
I'm sure that everybody wants to comment on it, but I wanted to make sure that I could have a chance as well. Just very briefly, I think the question, I don't know if any of our panelists would agree that we don't want reform, however we want a serious geopolitical actor. Certainly I didn't mean that, because I think that the specific quibbling was with the fixation on institutional reforms and specifically decision-making, etc. I do think that there is not only ample space, but ample need for reform of the EU to become a serious geopolitical and geoeconomic actor. That's what I highlighted with the emphasis on economic security, which pertains to what do we use the EU budget for. I think that, and that ties into the practical money aspect. I think that there is good discussion to be made, and I think increasingly, within a couple of years, Central Eastern European countries that become ineligible for cohesion fund, that become net contributors, will be very actively discussing what do we use it for, what do we buy with it. Secondly, the Eurozone and our economic governance, infrastructure, trade policy, and competition policy frameworks, all of those, I do think, are ripe for some more or less incremental reform. I don't think that they are reducible to institutional reform, and certainly they're not what the enlargement in institutional reform nexus is currently focused on. So I do think that there is a reform to be based, and I do think, again, as I emphasized, the Baltic states, which are very sensitive to some of these questions, have a role in, as Jana said, being the serious players and sort of steering the discussion to something that's a little bit more meaty, maybe, than the questions of QMV, etc. Not saying that those do not have a place and those are not serious, but I think that the emphasis was redirected.
Yes, well, I would allow myself to reduce Iveta's question to a very, very blitz type of sub-question and ask the remaining three speakers to contribute. So would you say that in foreign and in common foreign and security policy, we need to do away with unanimity in order to be geopolitically stronger as Europe?
Maybe I'll start. I mean, I have to be brave, right? And I'll say it again. The EU is very capable to respond to crisis. COVID-19 response, very capable. Response to war in Ukraine, very capable. Solving the financial crisis, very capable. Wherever our goals align, we are capable to do the things that need to be done. What I want to emphasize, once again, is that what we really need is a larger coherence on our values and understanding where we want to go. Because
if there's one odd out saying that's where you all want to go, but I want to go somewhere else, like Mr. Orban sometimes does.
The point I'm trying to make is that the next step of evolution in the EU will not be a legal one. It will require a cultural change.
So a long time then. Thank you very much. Jan, what would you say?
So I think the EU's great geopolitical power lies actually in its values. I mean, that's what has given the EU such a pull, what is now pulling Ukraine towards it, the Western Balkans towards it, and so on. Maybe not everybody in those countries goes along with that. You know, I suspect that Alexander Vučić has a different set of values, but there are clearly a lot of people, even in a country like Serbia, who do share those values. So I'm kind of sceptical that the internal, it's paradoxical when I come from an organisation called the Centre for European Reform, but I'm slightly sceptical that, you know, institutional tinkering makes the EU more effective on the international stage. What makes and keeps the EU effective on the international stage is if it lives up to its values.
Thank you. And Etienne, well, it falls to you to say the last response to this one.
Wow. But actually, might be a bit too Brussels-minded, but I see room for convergence. Actually, I both agree with the fact that the EU is capable of responding to crises, including in foreign policy. We have 11 sanctions packages. It was perhaps a surprise to many. And at the same time, I see merit in having perhaps marginal gains in efficiency. I don't think that when the EU is blocked in whatever UN forum or on certain statements or in just changing some sanction packages, because we are blocked by one member state, this is good for our collective effort and our collective setting on the global stage. It's not the priority, but we can still be more efficient.
Or for our resilience in times of geopolitical crisis. But thank you very much. I really enjoyed listening to you all. I hope that the questions have been not too sharp. I tried to be polite. And thank you very much, everybody, for listening to us. And for those who are here in person, there is also an opportunity to stay and continue your conversation outside, maybe with a glass of wine, courtesy of the French Embassy. Thank you.